T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
And you see you. see to the real you. All the times that I felt like this won't end, it's for you, and I taste what I could never have. It was from you. All the times that I've cried, my intentions were full of pride, but I waste more time than anyone. But I'm on the outside, and I'm looking in. I can see through you, see your true colors. 'Cause inside you're ugly like me. I can see through you, see to the real you. All the times that I've cried, all this wasted, it's all inside, and I feel all this pain. I stopped it down, it's back again, and I lie here in bed, all alone. I can't mend, but I feel tomorrow will be okay. But I'm on the outside, and I'm looking in. I can see through you, see your true colors. Inside you're ugly like me. I can see through you, see to the real you.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. All right. So, good morning, guys. Apparently, I didn't know how to spell stained correctly for the group name. But yeah, it is stained without an E. And it's man, I tell you what, I feel like some of their music was like late 90s or maybe it was early 2000s. I don't remember when it was exactly. It may have been early 2000s, but uh, there was like a sadness to some of their music that you could feel like the passion, like the guy had like something to sing about, like a lot of pain and suffering going on in that guy's life. And but you could feel it though. You could feel it. You knew he lived through it. And man, I'll tell you what. Um, I feel like sometimes like we got a little bit of pain and suffering going on as well. And it's part of the process. I really do believe. You can't have just everything for free in life. It always comes at cost, and that's the cost that we're paying currently. But yesterday was an amazing day, and I wanted to take a chance to look at Suck Squeeze Bang Blow with you guys here, so I didn't work on it last night, so we could do it together. turn off your dome light. Or are you saying turn on? Oh, you're saying turn on your dome light. I don't need no stinking lights this early in the morning, man. It's so much easier on my eyes without the lights this early in the morning. All right, so let's take a look at it. I want to kind of go over the numbers with you guys real quick here on Suck, Squeeze, Bang, Blow. And I haven't updated since 9/23, so we got some numbers to go through here. But I'm going to pull it up on the page here, so it's going to blind you guys because it's already blinding me a little bit. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Blinding. We're going to put in, it looks like I got about 2 weeks worth of data here to put in. Let's see, the 23rd of last month. Yeah, 2 weeks. I got about a week and a half's worth of data to put in here. So let's do this. I'm going to go through this. What we're looking for is in order to know that we're in the next phase, we're looking for a big spike in price and volume. So let's enter in the data here and see what we got going on here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing while I do this, so hold those thoughts and comments. Let's see, 26th through the 30th are the dates that I'm missing for the week previous. 26th through the 30th? Okay, seems like not enough days. And then for this week, I'm missing Monday and Tuesday, which is the 10th and the 11th. Alrighty. So I'm going to enter in combined. This is going to be combined prices of AMC and Ape, and it's going to spit out a calculation. The calculation over here is going to tell us what the combined price total percentage was increasing day over day and volume decreasing day over day, which are going to be in columns C and E. If hopefully you guys can see this. And so let's start with entering in the Ape data first. Going back to the 23rd. So I'll enter in prices. And volume. Let's see, 23rd. So yesterday we had 22 million shares traded yesterday on Ape, and it looks like it miscalculated this number right here. This would be the 20s. Oh, you know what? All these are off by one. Dang it. Let's see. So 20. I wanted to start with the 26th, not the 23rd. So 26 had 29. 29,813, 300. All right, there we go. All right, so the numbers are in there for Ape. Those are all in there. 29, 13.9. Just kind of check through these real quick. 197. Okay, these all look pretty good. And I got a duplicate in here because I accidentally put in the wrong data up above. All right, there we go. All good to go. Now I'm going to put in AMC's data. And this is where it's going to start spitting out numbers here for us in just a minute. Starting on the 26th. Got to get it right here. And volume levels. Oops. My 10 key is not that great. I probably wouldn't get hired on a data entry, although I probably could improve it if I tried. So let's see here. So now we're gonna do the combined totals of each one of these, and check and see what the differences are day over day. Actually, I should have done all these. Alrighty. So here's what we got. Back on the 26th, we actually had a negative 11.84% in price. So in the combined totals between Ape and AMC. And but we had this really large amount of volume that occurred. It was 142% day over day. We had a big spike in volume, but not a big spike in price. It was actually a decrease in price. There may have been an actual an institutional sell-off that may have occurred on the 26th, as you can see from the volume increase and price decrease by such a large amount. However, yesterday we had a 13.41% increase in price with an 87% increase in volume day over day. So I think this qualifies for bang. I do think that it is that we've moved into the bang phase. 13.41% increase in price and 87% day over day volume increase is pretty decent. I would have liked to have seen something a little bit higher in volume, maybe towards like 100% or greater, but 87% is definitely day over day is not bad. So what do I expect to see going forward? I expect to see price remain relatively the same if this pattern holds true. Now, everything's changed with Ape being created. I don't know if this pattern is still going to continue. We're kind of tracking it in hopes that the pattern still continues itself. But I would expect to see price remain relatively the same, plus or minus $2 of the starting price going into this phase. So for AMC, that would be around $7.83. For Ape, it'd be around $2.74. And volume is going to decrease. Volume is going to decrease steadily as we approach the final phase, which is the blow. So not a whole lot of volume here to be able to decrease from. Because quite honestly, normally when we see these big jumps, we're in the hundreds of millions of shares being traded. This time's a little bit different. We're going in here. We're going into the bang with a combined total of about 64 million shares, 64.5 million shares traded for the day. So that's very low volume compared to what we've seen from the past. Usually most bang phases go into the start of those phases with very large amounts of volume. 80 million was the last time. The time before that was 124 million. The time before that was 107 million. The time before that was 86 million. The time before that was 296 million. And the time before that one was 114 million. And the time before that was 162. The time before that was 123. So you can see that we're definitely lower on volume this time in contrast to previous cycles that we've been through. Now, I've already said this before, and I feel like I'm beating the dead horse, but I've already told you why I think that is. I think a lot of people are DRSing their shares, and when you DRS shares, you're taking shares that could be traded on the lit market away from the lit market, and so everything gets traded through the off exchange. When you have volume being traded through the off exchange, you have no price discovery. Without price discovery, you have no volume pop. There's just no pop to it, right? Everything's just kind of it's really easy to kind of maintain price. So you got to have price and volume moving upwards at the same time. Without it moving upwards at the same time, you're muffling it. You got a big old muffle going on. So, and we need that pop. Popping to 65 million shares or 64 million shares traded is not really the kind of volume pop that I'd like to see. But it is what it is. People can choose to do what they want to do with their own shares, and but it does. I do believe that it takes away from the squeeze. And I think this is good evidence of it as well. The more people that we see start DRSing their shares, the more we're going to see volume decrease more and more and more, and short interest will be harder to stack. Stained like what? MCon's asks. Stained like a dirty diaper. That's what it's like. It's stinky too. Don't you guys don't have to worry about the like button. It's not a big deal around here. For most of the people know, I don't make anything on this, so it's not like a big deal. It's not like it's not going to help me at all to get likes. In fact, I like it when people hit the dislike button just because it makes me know that I'm doing something right, and so I keep it up even more. Brian Carpenter says tea stains are really tough. Is hump day the best day to start a bang phase? Well, let's see. I mean, it doesn't. Oops, that's not the right one. Historically, Wednesdays are one of our second worst performing days of the week, tied with Fridays. And let's see, when we have green days on Tuesdays, we'd have a better chance of having a green day on a Wednesday. However, that's not really looking like that in the pre-market. Pre-market right now is looking down anywhere from, let's see here. Wow. Across the board, it's almost like dead nuts even. Anywhere from a quarter to 1%. Everything's down by like 0.75% and or 1% almost exactly, and decreasing. VIX is showing a future of being up by 1.84. VC3 wants like an even keel button. I don't really care one way or the other. I'm here. It's a here button. All right, so it's time to take a look at our numbers. We do have numbers that are in now, so let me get these glasses cleaned, even though I just went through reading a whole bunch of small numbers there and entering them to Excel file. Again, guys, remember suck, squeeze, bang, blow is not trying to predict the future. It's about trying to figure out where you're at in a cycle. And I can't quite honestly say that I can see this happening on any other stock that's out there, including GME. I've tried to look for the same pattern, and I just don't see it. When Ape happened, when Ape was created, I don't know if that changed our cycles or not. I don't know if those cycles are still going to maintain. So I'm basing all this off the idea that if we just take the combined price of Ape and AMC, add them together and kind of look at our day over day price and volume movements, that it's going to continue to hold that same pattern. I don't know that. I'm totally just guessing here. This is, to be honest with you, I feel like we're like a little bit like a fish out of water in the fact that things aren't performing the same way that they used to. So we'll see. We shall see. Alrighty, the glasses are clean. I'm going to take you guys over to the other side. Petro Fire, good morning. Big Tramp says, Casey, do you think this is a bull trap to get bag holders last run before start crashing? I don't think what you saw have happen yesterday was like a single day bull trap. I actually do think that there's going to be a much larger month, just slightly maybe longer just than a month from now of a bull trap. Yes. So, but we'll see. We shall see. Alrighty, I'm going to take you guys over to the other screen, so I'm not going to be able to continue to read what it is you guys are saying, so hold those specific thoughts for me. And while I log into my broker, two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to get it. It helps keep out people that shouldn't be in your account. It's a good level of security. While you're at it, you might want to set up a secondary phone number that you can have a code sent to in case something happens to your primary phone number. Always a good idea. And let's take a look at our numbers. Starting on the top left-hand side, I think everybody got a price prediction tally point yesterday. Our combined total of AMC and Ape closing price yesterday was $10.56. I had 890 to 1190. Eric had 9 to 12. Keto had 878 to 1178. Monty had 901 to 1201. So points around. I think I was targeting like 10 and a quarter with my prediction. Alrighty. Short exempt volume. AMC yesterday's short exempt volume rose to 421,000 shares. And Ape Ape had 174.4 thousand. So slightly down on that one. Utilization. Well, actually, let me put in the day-over-day increase in price. So yesterday we had a 13.81% price increase on AMC, and on Ape we had 12.3. So I'm going to go ahead and put that in for a 1 of 3. As long as we are net even today on price, I will consider that to be a 2 of 3 because we need 15% over a 3-day period of time. If we're just net positive or break even today, I'll accept either one of those as 2 of 3. Then we would need to see we got to see at least another 1.2% in percentage increase in price in order to have it 3 of 3. Taking a look at utilization. Let's see here. We have 100% showing up on AMC. Oh, no, we don't. Hold on a second. I'm looking at GME right now. Give me a second. I was looking at the wrong one. I pulled up GME's numbers last night. I don't remember why. I was looking at some of the short interest on GME. On AMC, we have 100% utilization showing October 4th. That is day number 166 days of straight trading days of utilization being 100%. And we've got 76.29 on Ape. Starting to increase utilization there. Taking a look at Max Pain, we started out the week at $8 for AMC, and then yesterday it went down to $7.50. Based on the numbers that we saw yesterday, I'm going to guess that it's probably still $7.50. Let's give that a refresh and see where it's at. $7.50 it is. Off exchange, let's see here. final numbers for AMC yesterday, and those are the numbers that are sitting right here next to my head. Off exchange yesterday, the final numbers for AMC were 54.72, and EDGX was at 9.28 for a grand total of 64% on the dot. 64% of our total volume going through off exchanges. That, believe it or not, guys, 64% is the number that I consider to be the exact number for an average day of off exchange volume being traded. It hit it right on the nose. Right on the nose is an average amount of volume going through AMC yesterday. Even though the day was down most of the day, it picked it back up enough to be able to hit 64% on the nose. Final numbers for the day yesterday on Ape. 57.85 for off exchange, and EDGX was 8.5 for a grand total 66.35%. So it was a little high, 2.35% higher. Do remember that SSR was on for yesterday. It was on for yesterday, and we had lower short exempt volume. So that's kind of interesting to note. Usually, off exchange trades has less trades going through when there is short exemption rules in place that allow for those transactions to occur. Taking a look at institutional ownership, an hour ago, or not an hour ago. Yesterday was 153.992 million shares. Let's see if that's still the case. Still the same, no change. We'll skip over Ortex because we'll take a look at it here in just a minute, and we're going to go over to the options and check options out first. See where the highest amount of open interest is. Yesterday, the highest amount of open interest for AMC was at an 8.1, or sorry, at 8, someone at 8.1, an $8 strike price. Today, it is also $8 strike price with 11.9 thousand contracts from 8.1 thousand yesterday. On puts, at a $6 strike price was the highest amount of volume yesterday for puts. It's now 7, so increased by $1. And it went from 5.6 thousand contracts at 6 to 6.9 thousand contracts at 7. And we have about almost a 2-to-1 ratio in call versus put volume. Market's basically signaling $1 more, a chance at about $1 more worth of closing price. So right now we're sitting at $7.83, which is right in between that $7 and $8 range. So if we are truly indeed heading into the bang phase of the cycle, the suck squeeze bang blow cycle, seeing price remain relatively the same, somewhere between $7 and $8 would be relatively close to the same price. So don't expect to see a whole lot of crazy stuff happening. It might start off running low at first for the day-to-day, but we'll probably pick back up if it does, and then end up closing the day somewhere out where it's nearly or very close to the same, I would imagine. That's if suck, squeeze, bang, blow works. Still, we'll find out. Give me just a second while I move a couple screens around. Not that one. Let's move this one. And let's take a look. First we'll look at the combined price of AMC and Ape. So as you can see right now, it's at $10.21. So in the pre-market, we did drop quite a bit here. We went from closing yesterday at 10.54 down to 10.21. So we've definitely, I mean, there was a break to the top side on this ascending parallel channel. But then I think price, is falling out. This is supposed to be a break to the bottom side. So this is very unnormal movement right here. And I do believe that a lot of what we saw happening yesterday in the entire market was in part due to Credit Suisse having issues. So price is falling back down to this level, this Fibonacci level here at $10.22, and kind of supporting that 1022 supporting price. However, we may see it fall down further. If I were to look at the price here, let me just kind of pull back out just a tad and see if I see a pattern. I had mentioned yesterday that we could be in a bit of a cup and handle kind of situation here. It's kind of nasty looking. Let me just see here. Let me pull back out to 30 minutes. If this is a cup and handle pattern, it's nasty looking. It's very, very nasty looking, but it's possible. It's possible. A pullback would be probably half the value, meaning that we would pull back to right around $10 and find support at 10 perhaps. Pull back to 10, and if that pulls back to 10, supports at $10, then we may see a bounce off of 10 to let's see, 10. Let's take these numbers here. We'll use these numbers. 1092. 94 cents on top of 1092. We'd be looking at like an increase of AMC plus Ape value reaching 1186. That's if we're in a cup and handle. This is a really nasty looking pattern. I don't really support the idea. I mean, I know I'm saying it, but I mean, let's just kind of watch for that. Let's see what happens around $10 and see if it bounces off 10. If it starts shooting back up, and we end up hitting, something like in that range of 1186 combined price, just know that's maybe where that came from. 1186 would be right about here. And I do see a little, just below 1186, I do see a level of resistance that's been there in the past. 1177 seems to be like a point of resistance. And maybe even another point, a stronger point, probably right around 1163. So those are the numbers that we're looking at there for that pattern completion. If it pans out. Taking a look at AMC's Ortex data. There's your utilization at 166 straight trading days of 100% utilization. We're going to zoom in here just a little bit, take a look at our on loan amount. What is going on with that? Let me erase my data from yesterday. Time to break out the pen and get right in here. All right, so we did have increasing volume increasing loan amounts from 185.2 to 185.7. So 500,000 share increase in loan shares day over day for AMC. Shouldn't have any change to on loan average age per day other than increasing that value. It did increase. It went from 56.65 to 57.17. My guess is we'll have very similar amounts of on loan amount in short interest that was created out of this, but let's just check and verify. That's being estimated at, almost same exact numbers as yesterday. Let me just pull up the calculator, and I don't know why. I could have just had on my board. It's going to be like 1.3 or something like that. I forget what it was, but let's see. 154,000 shares in new short interest estimated. Do note that the short share interest of the free float is currently at 19.2%. And security lending volume yesterday was up from 3.68 million to 4.98 million. Whenever we see price movement, large price movements, we tend to see more security lending volume. That is an important factor. Ape Ape's utilization increased day over day from 70.42 to 76.29, which means the on-loan amount increased. On-loan amount increased from 24.41 to 25.52, so 1.1 million shares increase. That's 2 days in a row of 1.1 million shares having been loaned back to back. That's going to that should have a. I would think that would probably have no impact on loan average age per day, so I would expect that to probably still be moving up. Well, or starting to move up, because it wasn't moving up before, but it's moving up now. It's went from 10.43 to 11.65, and estimated short share interest of the free float, obviously moving slightly up there, but hardly enough to notice. Security lending volume day over day is starting to rise from 8.11 million to 10.02 million. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME was on the list for part of the day yesterday, but was off the list most of the day. AMC was off of it almost the entire day. I think maybe it might have been on there in the very first look that we had in the morning at market open. But Ape was on the list all day long. I think it finished with like a 58% buy to sell ratio. Let's see what the final numbers were from yesterday. Yeah, AMC and Ape are not on the list still. Ape finished the day with 58% buy to 41% sell ratio, 42%. So not quite the 60-40 that I like to see. It's not like absolutely terrible, but it could have been a little stronger. A lot of other trades in the market happening that we're keeping AMC and GME off the list, though. According to Stonko Tracker, SSR trips today at $7.05 for AMC. And hold on one second, I'll tell you what it's going to be for Ape, because I got to get my calculator back up here again. For Ape, it's going to be 2.466. Let me write that down. Shares available to borrow. I'm pretty sure they had more shares than this last night. I'd have to go back and check. Let me see if my guys reported the numbers here. Give me 1 second. We did 4:40 p.m. Let's see here. Actually, no, it's not. They didn't report it, I don't think. Okay, I don't know how many shares they had yesterday. So I don't know if they borrowed any shares overnight or not, but there is borrowing of 5,000, 10,000 shares so far, and then mainly returns so far this morning. 10,000 borrowed shares, and out of the ETFs, they borrowed about 50,000 shares in total. 40,000 shares out of the ETFs and 10,000 out of the available. So we're looking at about 50,000 shares having been borrowed so far this morning compared to the 1.05 million shares that they borrowed yesterday. Fees are at 21.7%, so they're definitely high. Let me 10.7. Okay, looks like I can start looking at the options data again here since they've got everything cleared up now. At this point in time on the calls, we have 19.2 thousand contracts that are in the money versus 75,000 contracts that are out of the money. Puts has 10.3 thousand contracts in the money versus 25,000 contracts out of the money. So max pain seems to be holding true. Futures for this market. I see most of the futures are looking like they're down about 1%. 1% to 1.25%. And the VIX is showing up 2% at this point. So we got a red market coming up on open. Probably not hard to tell just by looking at some of the pre-market data, but Tesla is down 1.5%, Amazon down 1%, 1.03 to be exact. Cinemarket's down 2.44, Doge is down 2.24, Bitcoin's down 1.7, GameStop is down 1.7, HYMC is down 1.82, Hood is down 1.11, NCMI is up 3.37, Ape is down 1.09, and AMC is down 3.7. Let's take a look at the what happened overseas real quick because I forgot to do that. Mixed. The Hang Seng was up 5.9% yesterday. Wow, that's a big swing. Some markets did well last night, and other markets not so much. Some of the Chinese markets look like they kind of suffered a little bit, and Europe suffered a little bit as well, down 1%. On AMC yesterday, we had a net positive inflow in cash on the stock by about $200,000 roughly. 18.9 thousand shares have been traded so far, not contracts. Shares, Casey, shares. 18.9 thousand shares have been traded so far on AMC for the day. On the hourly, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56.94, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 50.21, which is average. 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 33.62, which is below average. Somebody was asking yesterday, I don't remember who it was because now that I just said below average and above average, I'm just simply looking in regards to RSI. RSI looks for, it's a percentage. It's the relative strength index. It's a percentage that's broken down. 50%'s halfway. It's right in the middle. The market's neither strong or weak. Anything above 58% I consider to be above average. Anywhere from 58 to 70 I consider to be, well, 69. Nice. I consider that to be above average. If it hits 70, then you have an oversold signal. Same thing going on the bottom side. Anything below 42, I consider below average. And then if it's hitting 30, then it's oversold. So that's where the whole above average, below average, slightly above, slightly below ranges kind of come from me talking about RSI. Taking a look at Ape. There was about $400,000 more roughly in inflow than outflow. So far this morning, only 1.34 thousand shares traded. Very, very low volume this morning on Ape. Looks like it's extremely illiquid. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.17, which is above average. So this is where that number comes in. Anything above 58 is going to be above average. If it's between 50 and 58, it's just slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence occurring right now. And we have RSI sitting at 57.26, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 55.10, which is slightly above average. Taking a look at Ichimoto. On the hourly, erase yesterday's numbers. Let's get some new numbers going here. What do we got? Lagging line is above price line. Conversion line crossed over yesterday at around noon, is above base, but we are in the cloud, and this is one of those tricky times where this would not be a strong sign of outside investors deciding to put in money into this because it's kind of an unknown situation. You're not really sure if it's going to continue to hold the buying pressure from yesterday. Usually, one of the rules for knowing when this may have a reversal is when you see the price touch down on conversion, which it's done. What we definitely don't want to see have happen is price coming down and touching the base. Base for the day today is at 2.595 currently. So if we see it come back down and touch base, and we may not stay above the cloud here. What we want to continue to see have happen is there's going to be a strong level of buying support above 2.915. So I'm going to write that down. Also, if I take a look at the 4-hour chart, I'll probably see something a little bit different. 4-hour chart has a strong buy signal at a very narrow window of 353 to 355. So I don't really see like a strong support here to buy on the bottom side of this cloud. So the lagging line's below price line, conversion's below base, and doesn't appear to be running back upwards towards base like it's going to cross. So I'm not seeing anything in the 4-hour that would indicate to me that there's some kind of like other number that we need to, kind of be watching for, like a level to push through. I'll throw it out there, 350, 353. There may be a little support between 353 and 358, which is a very tight window, and I can't imagine investors wanting to invest in a tight window like that. Very, very tight. Tight like a tiger. Taking a look at AMC, we have lagging line above price line. We have conversion above base. As you can see right here, we touched back down on the conversion. This is the very first sign that you want to perhaps exit your position using the Ichimoto for outside investors. And we got price kind of coming back down towards the base. Base is currently sitting at $7.46. We're at $7.54. So I think the idea this morning is, from a short position is to drive the price below that, get rid of these short-term investors that are going to, just here for a quick run up, and perhaps try to get this to start moving towards the downwards movement towards the green cloud here, which seems to be could be a very short green cloud. So it does look like we got a little bit of downwards pressure in our futures for AMC. Price points moving upwards, it's difficult to give it. I mean, basically, we just want to stay above the conversion, which is 769. If we can see this thing launch above 784, our closing price from yesterday, I'll put that in. 784 would be ideal to stay above. Taking a look at a 4-hour chart, we have conversion meeting up with base. They're equal. Lagging line is above price line, but we're right at the cloud. So it's like one of those things where it's like, it's a maybe not yet. From outside investors, they would be looking at this going like, tight window, right? Very tight window. Do we chance it and hope the price starts pushing through? Probably not. Let's just kind of hold it out and wait this one out and see what happens in the future. That's what it's looking like. Here's our 7 o'clock pokey stick of volume. Looks like we had about 20,000 shares going into the pokey stick. And pokey stick itself is about 55,000, so we had a double and a half. Not quite. Actually, that is actually double and a half. Yeah, so It's almost over here. 56,000 shares in the Pokestick volume for AMC, giving us a grand total volume for our Pokestick at 76,000 shares. Gonna have to decrease my volume prediction from yesterday from 20 to 40 down to 10 to 30. For Ape, remember, you had 1,000 shares going into our Pokestick of volume, and 1,000 shares going to our Pokestick of volume, and the Pokestick of volume was 46,000. So again, no change on Ape as far as volume prediction, 5 to 25 million. I would say volume is going to probably be about half of what we saw yesterday, maybe just a little bit more than half. So yesterday we had 22 million rather, 22 million shares having been traded on Ape. I think today you'll probably end up seeing like 11 to 12 tops. So in regards to synthetic price failure, let's look at that real quick. I do need to reset synthetic price failure because on AMC and Ape, I think we reset synthetic price failure on both of those. So I need to set the new low targets in and make sure that those are in there because synthetic price failure could occur at any time. Our high yesterday that we saw on AMC, let me delete all the rest of this junk here, was $8.13. That is the value that I've got set in here, which means our new synthetic price failure points would be 532, 528, and 518. So give me just a second while I reset some of those values. We'll go 519, 529. Give me just a minute. I gotta go through this as part of the understanding where price may be moving to. And the last value was 532. And then SSR trips today at 705. All right, so that's all set up on AMC. Let me just grab Ape real quick and do the same. For Ape, I'm showing a high of $2.80 yesterday. Let me just make sure that's correct. That is correct. So an interesting thing happened yesterday. $2.77 was our synthetic price failure reset point, which you can see we hit. But this is one of the things I've talked about in the past, that it's very typical to hit this, but you got to run through it. It technically resets synthetic price failure because we hit it and broke through it up to 280. However, it's kind of one of those things where it's like you may not. This is not good. It's not good. Usually, you want to see the price drive through the reset of synthetic price failure. Now, sometimes, it's not always, sometimes you see it test it multiple times before breaking through. It just kind of depends. It's never, there's no way for me to tell which way it's going to happen. We did have price run up yesterday on the broadening ascending wedge that's showing up on the page that I had here. I think we had price going up to 276 or something like 279. I think it was like 279 or no, I think it was 276. I don't know. I'd have to recalculate it out again. Price did get there and it actually went up even more. So the ascending broadening wedge yesterday was a good call. And like I said, we did technically break and reset synthetic price failure with a 15% move up from the bottom of $2.41 to 280, which is a 16.2% increase in price. So now I got to reset synthetic price failure points, and it looks like the bottom one, 21.5% failure point is going to be $1.89. The next one's going to be $1.93. Oh wait, there we go. And the last one's going to be $1.94. Let me reset SSR tripping point, which is $2.466 is going to be the value for that. Which happens to be really dang close to a fib retracement. Don't be surprised, guys, if we see SSR trip today. Don't be surprised. If we do trip SSR, I would imagine price will start rising back up again, though, shortly thereafter. Alrighty. With that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Monty's in for 989 to 1289. I got you down, Monty. Thank you, sir. Jathan, that's right. That was you. I remember now. Hopefully does that make sense? Did I describe that well enough for you? You said, Casey, thanks for the elaboration. Did a high RSI move price more? Okay. Did a high RSI move price more, or does that matter? I know it's all about volume, but what does an above below average indicate? It just means that there's more potential, right? Like if RSI is below average, or then there's more potential for the price to start rise. Doesn't mean that it has to. It just means that there's a stronger likelihood that you're close to bottom. That's it. Same thing going for the top side. And when you have an above average RSI, you tend to see the idea is that you'll probably have some kind of retracement back down at some point. You're getting close to the top. If you look at the trends on RSI over time, you'll start to notice some patterns. There's some very definitive patterns that you can pick out in RSI, and you can see how RSI reacts. And one of the things I kind of like to mention too is that when price moves quickly in one direction or the other, RSI tends to move quickly as well. So usually, like healthy, stable growth is when you have slow increasing price or slow decreasing price. Those help to kind of cause RSI to kind of gradually drop down, and gives you an opportunity to be able to move in that direction one way, whichever way it is, more steadily. But anytime you have like really quick movements in price, RSI is impacted more greatly. So for example, Ape would probably be a great one to look at just because it can show you how RSI over time works with this. Going to a daily screen on RSI for, and I'm going to get rid of all this stuff here. Because it's such a short chart here, it's going to be easy for you to see. As price was falling here, I mean, you could see RSI just basically start out at the bottom, like signaling oversold all the way from the very first day of trading, all the way up to 9/9 was the last day where RSI was signaling that it was oversold. And then after 9/9 on 9/12, price started to move up. You could see this gradual move up in price here. This gradual move didn't really cause it really didn't cause RSI to move quickly. This is actually kind of a, I know this increase here looks like a really sharp increase, but going from almost a zero RSI, which I don't think I've ever seen, and I'm just now noticing this for the very first time, a 0.26 RSI up to an RSI of about 47. That is actually a pretty, almost a dead even RSI. That is actually a really sharp increase, but price wasn't really increasing very quickly, I wouldn't say. But you can see the decline here, and it's impacting RSI in a lot less of a downwards trend, which means that it's been more gradual. So whatever this price increase was, so you can see right here, you can see price increasing starting on, I guess it would be about the 1st of September. From the 1st of September, the price started from a low of $4.40, and in 7 days, in 7 days time, it made it to a high of 6.1. So 440 to 6.1. In the same 6 days time moving downwards, it went from that 6.13 down 3, 6, 7 days down to almost the same level, and RSI should have been impacted as much going the other direction. It didn't. This is unusual. RSI should have been moving downwards on this just as fast as it came up. Give me 1 second. I gotta look at the formula for RSI because I'm pretty sure. Let me just make sure it's not. Give me 1 second. Yeah, it's not. There's no. That is really strange. This is not acting the way that it should have acted because the price movement downwards was actually greater over that 7-day period. The same 7-day period that it took to rise up in RSI, and yet RSI jumped massively. Oh, wait a minute. Let's go back to 9/9 and look at something on 9/9. Was that the day that we had a lot of volume on? Hold on a second here. We did. We had a lot of volume on 9/9, and we had a 10.91% increase in total price in a single day. Okay, that's the reason why that happened. All right, so look, this is the difference. This is the big difference here. On the price rise up, we had a single day on 9/9 where price rose by 10.91%. That's going to cause a massive swing on RSI because price moved very, very quickly in a single day. And as you look at the price movement stepping down, you can see that the price movements stepping down aren't nearly as great. You have a 9.16 in here down on 16th, which is right here. And you can see that RSI did take a little bit of a tumble there, but not nearly as much as when it came up. So it's kind of surprising. It could be that because RSI was so low, and quite frankly, I can't remember the last time that I've seen a stock that shows a RSI sitting at like positive 2.26. It could be that it was so low that the relative strength index just shot right up because of that price movement. But anytime that you see price moving more violently in a single day, it's going to cause RSI to move a lot. It's not natural. It's telling you it's not natural movement. It's really surprising though. I mean, this jump from like point. Actually, it's saying RSI is 0. We had 0 RSI up until the 9th. 3, 6, 12, 14 days of 0 RSI. Hmm. I don't think I've ever seen this before. I'm just kind of looking at this going like, this is exceptional. So this is a good spot to look at right here. On the 9.1 and 9.2, you can see the very sharp increase in price over a very short period of time. RSI went from basically 30 all the way up to the top at 70, and basically from the market close of the first to market open of the second. RSI literally went from the one of the lowest values you can go from on. This is on an hourly time interval. Lowest values you can go from without signaling oversold to the highest value you can go to without signaling overbought. And it was moving of price from basically $4.40 to $5.70. But because the price swing was in such a short time span, it really caused RSI to move quickly. So this long, steady, healthy growth like this is way more preferable in regards to RSI when you're looking at RSI, because it means you can sustain these kind of movements, and price can consolidate a little bit and hold those kind of values. If it goes into oversold or overbought territory, signaling, then you might see a correction. I'm gonna be looking at that RSI over this next weekend, man. I don't think I've ever seen that before. 14 straight trading days of 0 RSI is not something I'm used to seeing. Thick says, put me down for 420 to 6,969. Nice. I got you down, Thick. You know what I just forgot, guys? I totally forgot that it's Drinky Drink Wednesday. I need to drink my coffee faster. My wife's gonna get home here soon. You know what? Actually, she's probably listening to me on her way home, on her drive home. She's normally the one making me the drink. I'm gonna take an early break today, guys. I'm gonna take an early break. I'm gonna go make her the drink this time, and she's gonna be like, "I heard you say you're gonna make me a drink." Yep, I'm gonna do it. So let me put up the music because she should be getting home here within the next, I don't know, 10 minutes or so. So I'm gonna go ahead and I don't know if she'll get here, like she could get here any time between now and the next 10 minutes. So I'm gonna go ahead and skip out of here and go make her a drink real quick. And I wish it was a surprise, but she knows it's coming. Hey, thanks, Danny. I appreciate it, man. He taught me so much, not only in stocks, but how to be a great husband. Well, 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 don't tell my wife you're saying that. Roseanne says it's too early, Casey. Well, I know, Roseanne, but it's Drinky Drink Wednesday for a reason. My wife gets off work, and this is her Friday. She gets off work, and so it's nice to in our line of work, Roseanne, it's nice to have a drink on your Friday off. Like, what would normal people do? What would normal people do in a situation where it's Friday night and they're ready to just sit back and relax a little and just kind of take it easy, right? You have a drink. So, since I'm not on her schedule, I just I partake when she partakes. Unless she's not feeling it. Hopefully she's feeling it today. I have no idea how her night went last night, so that always makes a big difference, I think. But I will say this though, Roseanne, it's always beer 30 somewhere. It's always beer 30 someplace. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna pack it up here, and I'll leave you guys with some music, and I will see you guys 15 minutes before market open for price predictions. Casey's gonna slip into something more comfortable. All right, see you guys in a few. See you guys in what is it? Little less than an hour, and I'll have my drinky drink ready to go, and we'll start this day off right. See you guys in a bit.
Hey, you're currently listening to 92 Elm on Upbeat. This is one of hundreds of tracks that you can access and download when you upgrade to Upbeat Premium.
everyone, this is Soundroll. I hope you enjoy using my tracks. If you like what you hear, go premium today, and I promise to make lots more tracks just for you.
Keto, I got you down, man. I got you down for, let's see here. I got you down for 9.13 to 12.13. Let's see what I'm going to go with here. Combined price of AMC and Ape currently is at 10.18. We do have a little bit of support at 10.07. I think $10 is probably going to be the big level of support that we're going to see today. And I'm suspecting that we'll probably bounce off of that, or at least support it. So I'm going to go with, give me 1 second here. I should probably show you guys what I'm doing. Cat ears. If anybody remembers Exploding Kittens, that's sure what this looks like right here, only this is not. Usually the Exploding Kittens are followed by a Head and Shoulders, which if this was supposed to be the Head and Shoulders, it's probably one of the worst looking Head and Shoulders I've ever seen. But yeah, this does look like a little bit like cat ears here. Or Exploding Kittens, and that does usually tend to result in price movement downwards eventually, which is about where it kind of got to. I do see, like I said, at that 10.07 range, at $10 really seems like a big level of support that we have here. I'm going to go with I want to do 10 to 13, but I feel like that's not pricing in them trying to close price right at $10 for the day today. So I think I'm going to go $9.90 to $12.90. Oh shoot, let's just do $9.75. $9.75 to $12.75, just giving myself a little bit of breathing room on the bottom side here. I do think that price will probably tend to be close to closing even or slightly down for the day today. The Lucas, thank you. Brian Carpenter says Exploding Kittens with ear mites. Because of the little dots that were over there at the end, because what I like to call it, refer to as like those rabbit pellets due to low liquidity in the market. Yeah, no kidding. So for AMC, that would be 730 as main support. You might be right on that. Let me scroll out here just a tad and see what we're looking at. Yep, I would say that's right. I would agree with that. But also, don't forget though, during times of low liquidity, when they need to find liquidity, one of the very common things to have happen is synthetic price failures. Sorry, not synthetic price failures. SSR being tripped, and SSR is at 705. So you put 730, and I just want to throw this out there that what we could see have happen is a very strong push to 705 in the beginning portion of the day today, and then if we do trip SSR, expect it to bounce off of that pretty heavily. Hey, don't. Those videos aren't going anywhere, Lucas. Don't worry about it, man. Jathan, I can give you a link to it. I'll do you one better. There you go. And I apologize for the commercials that may show up during while I'm on break. I can't help that. This is a free video stream, and I got to try and get content from free locations for music. And there's nothing I can do about those commercials. Um, you got to beggars can't be choosers. I guess that's probably the best thing to say here. Marion, good morning to you. Are the shorts covering? I do believe that we had I do believe that we had some covering that we saw and was part of the result as to why the market was up in general yesterday. So in a sense there was some covering that occurred. But as far as hedge funds, and I think that was more due to Credit Suisse than anything. In general, are hedge funds covering? I don't see that to be the case just yet. When they do, will the stock go up and squeeze? And I think the answer to that is yes. American Trader says no excuses for commercials, Mr. Casey Shaw. All right. No, you guys aren't the beggars. I'm the beggar. I'm the beggar, so I can't choose. I'm the one who's finding the music, not you guys. I'm the beggar. Buck says I already complained about the ads in the super chat grievance line. Oh shoot, I need to go. I haven't checked that recently, Buck. I'll have to go over there and make sure that I check that. Make sure that we're taking care of those super chat refunds. I'll take a look at that and make sure that we're getting on top of those. Neo, I'm not even going to repeat what you said. Ken says, good morning, Casey. Did I see a chart that had combined Ape and AMC? Can I do that in Weeble? I've never tried. Let's try it real quick. And I'm doing that through TradingView. No, it does not appear that that's the case. Yeah, that's nope. You can't do it. I don't. If you can do it, I'm not aware of how. So if you want to do it in TradingView, though, Ken, all you got to do is type in AMC plus Ape when you're typing into the symbol that you want to type in here. Type in AMC plus Ape. Hold on a second. Can you see this? Let's see. You can't even see that up here. I've kind of got the screen jacked up a little bit. Let me try and move this just a tad so you can see it. Up here in the top left-hand side where you type that in, you're going to type in AMC plus Ape, and it will add the two tickers together so you can get the combined pricing, which right now, by the way, is at 1026. Good morning, Nikki. BioLife Hemp says, I think it's funny how the stocks, some YouTubers are pushing fall on the days AMC and Ape rise, but rise on the days AMC and Ape fall. Then those YouTubers come out in force pushing them. BioLife, this is why I don't talk about anything. I mean, it's not why. It's one of the small reasons why I don't talk about other stock tickers. I know what's happening in this market. I see the bigger picture as to what's going on here, and there's always going to be distractions out there available for us to talk about. Always. I promise you, there will always be distractions. And so long as those distractions are there, I'm not going to talk about them. Jathan says, thanks. I always feel like I'm in some space epic with Master Chief or something. Jathan, you sound like a gamer. That's awesome, man. Yeah, I mean, it is laser focused, Jack. And to be honest with you, I'm not gonna lie, guys. It is not healthy in a normal market to have laser focus on like one specific stock. No doubt. I would be it would be irresponsible for me to suggest that should be what you should do. In this particular case, though, we have something very unique happening, something historic, in my opinion, and I'm not going to deviate away from it. So, I think it would be, it's, we have an epic chance at changing something epically. Quote me on that, guys. All right, it's time to start the market open for the day, so I will see you on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, main engine start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery for Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
And you bring me to my knees again. All the times when I could beg you, please, in vain. All the times and I felt insecure for you, and I leave my burdens at the door. But I'm on the outside, I'm looking in. I can see through you, see your true colors. 'Cause inside you're ugly like rain. I can see through you, see to the real you. All the times that I felt like this won't end, it's for you, and I taste what I could never have. It was from you all the times that I've cried. My intentions were full of pride, but I waste more time than anyone. But I'm on the outside, I'm looking in. I can see through you, see your true colors. 'Cause inside you're ugly like rain. I can see through you, see the real you. All the times that I've cried, all this wasted, it's all inside, and I feel all this pain. I stuffed it down, it's back again, and I lie here in bed all alone. I can't mend, but I feel tomorrow will be okay. But I'm on the outside, and I'm looking in. I can see through you, see your true colors. Inside you're ugly like me. I can see through you, see to the real you.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right, this is where we like to fling poo and eat some crayons. Cobalt blue, that's my favorite color. Rock strong. I lost it for a second there. I couldn't help myself. I had one of those moments where I started thinking about something in the middle of just saying what it is that I say every time, and I lost it. Oh man, never gets old doing that live. Sometimes I kind of wish I had it on pre-record, but you guys said you wanted it live every single time, so it's like it's live every time. You never know what you're gonna get. Let's see, Casey, how are them chips you got? I haven't had any yet, Aaron, but let me tell you, man, those chips, I can tell you already. I already know how they taste, and they are absolutely fabulous. Those are the best chips ever, man. I even texted an old coworker that I used to work with to let her know that that Costco had them back in stock again. Because when those things show up, man, they just fly off the shelf. They're gone. Like it takes like a week, and they're just pallets are gone. So I've got 2 bags of them, and I'm ready to go. But I haven't torn into them yet. The Lucas says it doesn't make sense that the market is running, but we're not yet. Although we had a huge run yesterday, so maybe it's healthy. I don't know about the market running. I mean, we've got the VIX is up 2% right now, so I would have a hard time believing the market's running. Market showing down 1.06. Mortgage-backed securities are down. I don't know about running. Oil's up right now. Gold isn't. I don't know what actual gold is doing, but HYMC right now is down. It looks like everything's pretty much down right now, including cryptocurrencies as well. A little bit of a correction. I was watching a Charles Payne interview last night. I don't remember what the gentleman's name was that he had on there for the show, but they were talking about 2% days in the past historically. You know, when the market sees a 2% gain. Those are very unusual occurrences in the market and usually signal weakness, meaning the market's going to move the other direction, move downwards. So the analyst that he had on, I don't remember I don't remember what his name was, but he was basically saying that like the chances of us seeing some downwards movement after a 2% gain in the market is much more likely than seeing like a 0.5% or 1% or even 3%. So there's something specific about a 2% gain that historically does not fare well for the market. Neo says you got some funny colored poo then, Casey. Man, cobalt blue is my favorite color. Pebble says bring your fire extinguishers out. Why would I do that? Oh man, I don't know. Maybe we'll maybe the day that I shave off the beard, I'll need a fire extinguisher for the face because the face is gonna get all like super burning hot. Oh, Ed, if you look in the well, I'll post it up here so you can see. But if you go to the community section of my YouTube channel, what you'll see, and I'm trying to pull it up here as I talk at the same time, and that doesn't work very well, but if you go to the community section, you can find the picture of my grocery shopping trip yesterday to Costco. And specifically what you'll find in there, oh, hey, here it is. I actually had it from yesterday. I didn't realize I still had it in here. I'll delete all my drawings. But yeah, so what you'll find in here specifically that was yesterday's topic was these sweet chili sour cream chips that you can buy at Costco. And they're called, I think the name of the company is Red Rock something or other. I can't remember. Red Rock Deli, that's what it is. These chips are amazing. I'm not a big fan of kettle baked. Is that what they're called? I'm not sure what they call them, but kettle chips. I don't like those. They're usually like, I like to refer to them as like the Captain Crunch of chips that just ruin the top of the roof of your mouth. And but these chips are amazing. Like I could eat these all day long. They are just absolutely amazing. Kettle cooked. Thank you, Clutch. Appreciate that. And they're absolutely amazing. They're amazing chips, and I just can't get enough of them. This is not an advertisement. Believe it or not, guys, I get nothing for what it is that I say. I'm just legitimately telling you these are amazing chips. And it is Drink Your Drink Wednesday, so I've had a little bit to drink here. Uh, so that does explain a little bit of my happiness about chips right now. Funky Pizza Record says, I work for a vending company and they sell these baby back barbecue ribs potato chips. Let me tell you, those mothers are slap. I've never heard that term before, slap, but I think that is a term I will probably start using from now on because I like that. That's really cool. Jimmy, good morning to you. Michael Stanley says, Cobalt Blue is my favorite too. There's something about that color, man. It is so unique to me. Believe it or not, the color blue, cobalt blue especially, is very rare in natural um, earth colors. Just natural earth colors. Cobalt blue is not a very natural color. Arthur says, Casey, if you drink a lot of grape soda, it makes your poop green. Thank you. Did not know that. Nikki has a new pick. Oh, Oh, yeah. I've seen that's. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen the pick. Point Break Thor says these market reversals are so obvious. Used to be they would let it run for a few weeks. Now they can't let it run for more than one day. Does that mean they need the cash that badly? Um, I would look at it a little bit different. Break Thor. What I would say is that you're going to see more volatility in these markets, and I think when you see more volatility, you're going to see these big price movements up and down from day to day basis. What I would say is that that kind of shows signs of weakness in the market. Um, and I think you're going to continue to see more and more volatility until finally there's a breakdown. Whether or not that's due to a lack of liquidity in the market is another topic to be discussed. I personally tend to, yeah, Costco, Jack, it is Costco. I tend to believe that it is due to a lack of liquidity in the market, but that's just my opinion. I think there's other factors that are kind of involved in seeing these massive swings in prices. Um, and part of that is essentially institutions trying to collect as much money as they possibly can before they know that they're going to dump everything. So you're just going to see really huge amounts of volatility going forward for like the next month. But I do think we're going to see a bit of an uptrend overall. There's still going to be volatility day to day, but the average price is probably going to start heading upwards in the market for probably about a little over a month from now. Javi the Great says kettle cooked chips can sand a car down or the roof of your mouth. Either one doesn't matter. I agree. You know what's great about these chips, Javi? And again, this is not an advertisement by any means. Just really good chips. They've got this like sweet, spicy mixture on them, right? And very similarly how Captain Crunch, roughens up the roof of your mouth and injects that sugar right into your bloodstream. Same thing happens with these chips, except for it's sweet and spicy, making it right directly into your bloodstream, and it is addicting, super addicting. It's like the Captain Crunch of sweet and spicy. It is not being delisted, Sammy Boy. It's got, take a look at NCMI, which I have tracking on a daily basis. That thing's been under a dollar for a long time. They've got time. I wouldn't worry about it. It's a non-issue. We've got, it's got plenty of time to make it over a dollar before being delisted. I wouldn't worry about it. Yep, it's Drink Your Drink Wednesday, Tally Foreman. So are there a lot of cobalt blue synthetics? That is over the top of my head. I don't get it. Sorry, Kevin. That one was way over the top of my head. Lucas says, let's hope this is support. I think you're going to see a little bit of a cooling off. I mean, the whole market went up quite a bit day over day. You're going to have to see a little bit of a pullback and maybe some consolidation. There's just no way that you move up the way that it did yesterday and not see some kind of consolidation at the very minimum afterwards. Or maybe even just a slight pullback. So yeah, it's I think this is kind of a natural move. I don't see anything crazy about it. I think a good sign for whether or not liquidity is going to be needed, especially for AMC and Ape, is if you see either one of those trigger SSR and then bounce right off of it. Yeah, good luck, Tally Foreman. If you find them, buy 2 bags. We do talk about food, cars, a lot of different things on here, other things. You know it. It's kind of turning into a little bit of a food channel. I have to say, I think out of all the different Discords that I've been in, I think I probably have the best food, uh, what do I call it? Food network. My Food Network channel on my Discord is probably one of the best ones I've seen out there. You guys are always amazing me with all the stuff you guys are making. It's crazy. Myself, the reason why I only buy 2 bags is because probably for freshness. I don't know how long they would. I mean, I'm kind of one. A lot of the kids in the house don't like spicy, so I'm like one of the few people that actually like spicy. So, and they're not real spicy, but they are for kids, and so I'm tend to be one of the few that eats them. Although the last bag we did go through, we went through pretty quickly. But I don't know. I try to buy things that I know I'm going to use in a short period of time. PC3 says, I love your passion for chips, but you'd lose me when you start selling fanny packs. Yeah, it's not going to happen. Can we squeeze while the market is heading up, or do we need to crash to squeeze? We could. We could absolutely squeeze with the market moving up. It doesn't have to move down. I do think that a lot of the down pressure that we've had so far has removed collateral that's needed to hold positions. It may become very difficult to continue to hold those positions as the market moves up as well, since we have moved down quite a bit. But as you can imagine, if the market were to move up and a squeeze were to occur and then people left out of those positions or took their money out of the market, what would happen after that? I don't think it takes much of a imagination to imagine what happens with millions and millions of dollars, or maybe even billions, not millions, billions to trillions of dollars just leaving the market. You can only imagine what would happen. What did Jabib say? I learned my lesson. The guy just had a baby and was in a financial pinch. Other YouTubers were promoting the GoFundMe Live and Learn. I don't even know what that's in reference to. Hold on, I'm scrolling back up here a little bit. I donated to a GoFundMe a couple weeks ago, and the guy was bragging that he was up 500% on an $8 call. Yeah. I'm just going to throw this out there real quick, Jabibs. I've had that happen to me as well. You're not the only one. And so, you know, if anything that I've taken away from this play, there's a couple different things that I could say that I've learned from it. One of them is the extent at which people are willing to try and make money off of other people is underappreciated. Hold on a second, guys. My doorbell just rang. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Let's see here. I was talking about, yeah, so there's been a couple times in this process that I've had people who have cried me a river, and I don't know, man. There's always somebody out there who wants to try and benefit from people's soft side, I guess. So don't feel like you're the only one, Jabibs. I've definitely been a part of that. But I'll tell you what though, it's in a sad way, it's kind of made me more hardened. It's unfortunate, but it's true. Nikki says a gradual rise with no halts would be nice. Yes, yes, it would. Sea Hill says, "Don't answer it. It might be the FBI." No, it wasn't the FBI. Peter says it's pretty early for a pizza delivery. Damn, damn, Peter. Jeez. Hey, what I do on my time, Peter, is my time. We've all been duped. Point Break Thor's coming in through here. We've all been duped at one point in our time or another. Ape trigger price is 2.466, and I've got a red line up on the screen there for where it trips at. That's what the red line is. No, it wasn't Kenny G at the door. Oh man, Nikki said it's Halle Berry at the door. Can you imagine? Stop teasing me. I don't even know what I would do. I don't even know what I would say. I'd be like, I think you have the wrong house, but come on in. Sit back, relax for a little while. I'm doing a live stream. You want to be a part of it? She'd probably laugh her butt off and be like, heck yeah. I don't know if you guys know this about Halle Berry or not, but back in the early 2000s, no, I think it was the late 1990s. In the late 1990s, she used to actually go online and participate in a lot of different chat rooms and stuff. And apparently, she's a real computer geek and loves to get into chat rooms and just talk to people. And um, I think that's really cool. She seems like a really fun person. Oops, dropped my pen. Let's see here. You know what, Sammy boy, I don't even want to go down that road. I don't even want to talk about that. Ed, the problem is I don't do any of that kind of stuff, man. I appreciate the sentiment. I would proudly wear a Casey Livestream T-shirt as well, but I'm not gonna go there. I got for very specific reasons. I've got to make sure that I keep this channel very non monetized. There's really strong reasons for why that's the case. There's lots of them. There's a couple different reasons. One of the very best reasons is the fact that um, it keeps me out of harm's way. That's probably one of the best reasons. And one of the second best reasons is that um, it allows me to maintain a level of trust between you and I. If you know that I'm simply just another one of you, if you know that I'm just another guy who's just wanting to be a part of a play and has my 5 reasons why I'm here and knows that I'm buying and holding these shares and not doing anything else, it gives you that level of satisfaction of knowing that there's somebody else out there who's just like you. And that's important. It's important to have a safe place to go to when we're under pressure. So I got to maintain those kind of things. So it is what it is. Rule of thumb, when it comes to money, you can't even trust your own mother. It's man, you know what my dad told me, Dr. Zeno, a long time ago. He said, anytime you loan money to family, it's not a loan, it's a gift. Don't ever expect the money back. BioLife says, since Casey is one of the last true AMC streamers, it was the van full of cash that was following the other tubers. Casey, remember the 80s and Nancy's Just Say No? I do remember her Just Say No. She was an incredible woman, man. I don't think Nancy Reagan got enough credit for who she was. Duncan, welcome. It's good to see you, buddy. And nice emoji. What the heck is that? It looks like, I feel like I've asked you this before, but it looks like a little tiny white bear with a little tiny. Oh, I think you told me this was like a cartoon or something before. You changed up your icon, man. Your kids are messing with your stuff again. You need to change that shit. Put something cool in there. Myself says I'd be like, hey, Hallie, here, take this. Do you think that smells like chloroform? Wow. Oh, this is probably why she doesn't go knocking door to door to just talk to people. Live and learn, Jabibs. I'm gonna say this, Jabibs, though. Don't give up on humanity. Don't give up on humanity because when you give up on humanity, humanity gives up on you. And while there are people out there who are going to scam you, and they will always be out there, don't get to that point to where you're unwilling to help fellow humans in a way that in a way like you'd like to. Don't let it stop you, right? There's always going to be people out there who need help. Just look to help in different kinds of ways. Throwing money sometimes isn't always the best way to help. No, Nancy Reagan, Lucas. Nancy Reagan, not Nancy Pelosi. Nancy was an incredible woman, sure, Casey. Laugh out loud while her husband sprinkled crack in low income neighborhoods. Did I say Pelosi? Did I say Pelosi? Did I? I swear I said Nancy Reagan. Nancy Reagan was responsible for the Just Say No, not Nancy Pelosi. I don't. I'm not sure about what you mean, Sam, unless you're thinking I'm talking about Nancy Pelosi. I'm talking about Nancy Reagan. Pumpy says, "Why is anything red? When will Kenny pay me? 2 weeks." Yeah, Sam is talking about Nancy Reagan. You're talking about Nancy Reagan, Sam? What? Really? I never would have felt like that was the case about Ronald Reagan, but I mean, okay. Well, I mean, I'm not saying that the Just Say No program was a great program. In fact, I actually think that the Just Say No program was a terrible program. But at the same time, though, I think that she meant good by what it was that she was trying to do. Um, I know where you're going with that. I mean, I feel like I know where you're going with that, but I don't know, man. Sometimes good intentions are followed by bad results, and I don't know. I do feel like she had good intentions. Yeah. Just say no while we bring in coke with the CIA. That happened for real. Yep. All right, guys, it's 9:03. Before these guys start like just totally ripping apart, some people that I feel like are really good people on the inside and meant to do well and it didn't turn out right. See, Jack said it was an unwinnable war, and that's really what it came down to. Is it really was an unwinnable war? Um, you know, the problem I think stemmed beyond it just being a war. The problem is that marijuana got lumped into a group of drugs that wasn't quite the same. I mean, because if you want to talk about drugs like alcohol, marijuana, you start comparing some of those things. Alcohol, I think, is worse for people than marijuana is. It really, truly, honestly is, and yet it's legal. Alcohol is legal, but marijuana is not. And alcohol is a much worse drug on our society, right? So then you start trying to come up with this program where you're going to tell everybody to just say no. It's a good program, right? The idea is to get people to understand that drugs are not good for you. That was the intent behind it, I believe. What it developed into was a really long fight into, um, trying to convince society that these drugs were something they weren't actually, right? They were actually something different, but it was more of a fight of like just totally no, 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 instead of like let's see what these can do for us. What can they actually can we use these in some kind of way? You know, are some drugs worse than other drugs? Could drugs be used in beneficial ways? It was just not. It was kind of a closed-minded approach to just get society to try and believe that drugs in general are a bad idea. And it's not a bad thing, right? Like it's if you, in the inherent idea behind it is let's try and get society to believe that there are better things in life than drugs. So, but you know, here we are all here I am drinking on a drinky drink at what is it 9:05 in the morning, my alcohol, and sitting here trying to tell you guys that alcohol sucks. It does suck. Alcohol is such a terrible thing on our society, and yet here we all just drink and we don't sit there and think about like what the impacts are on drinking and driving. uh, there's just so much impact on drugs in general in society that tears us down, where it sounds like a great idea to just tell everybody no, but the problem is that there's bigger aspects that you have to look at. But anyways, that's a whole long story to get into right there. Let's take a look at the numbers because I like numbers way better. Jathan says shouldn't do drugs. Drugs are bad. Okay. Yeah, Belle Biv DeVoe says, by the way, I like the name there. Nice little reference back days. Meth is a Schedule 2 and weed is a Schedule 1. Still to this day, that is criminal in itself. I mean, they're even finding medicinal purposes for what is it, acid now? I think they're finding like you can. I guess there's a way to dose acid in certain ways that will help people um, medicinally. And it's all about how you use it and not necessarily um, saying no all the time. But anyways, I don't want to really get into that stuff. Let's take a look at the numbers because I prefer numbers way better. Let's see what we got going on here. Numbers are my thing. I'm not really into all politics and drug and topics and stuff like that. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to consider it. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is that you're writing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. But with that two-factor authentication, when you set it up, make sure you get a secondary phone number set up for it so that um, if something happens to your primary phone number, you can always have the code sent to another source and still be able to get into your account, because that would really suck to not be able to get into your account one day. Since this is the first rundown of the markets for the day-to-day, I'm going to do a complete rundown of all the numbers, so it's going to take a little bit longer to get through this, so hold those thoughts. I know I just touched on a hot topic with the whole drug thing, but let's move on. ADD, it's difficult for me to do, but I'm going to do it. Wow. Combined price of AMC and Ape fell well below the point that where I thought it could get to, but we'll touch on that here in just a second as we look at numbers. Starting at the top left-hand side, you'll notice that for the day-to-day that all of us have 2 price prediction tally points. Monty's got 2, Eric's got 2, I've got 2, and Keto's got 2. Price prediction tallies, price predictions for the day is not financial advice. It's just simply 4 guys trying to figure out what the price is going to be of combined Ape and AMC together. I've got 975 to 1275. We're currently sitting at 979 right now as a combined price. Just throwing that out there, like we're almost to the point to where I'm not going to make it. Eric's got 9 to 12. Nope, let me take that back. Eric's got at 890 to 1190. Let me refresh that. Keto's got 913 to 1213, and Monty has 989 to 1289. Those are our price predictions for the day today. Short exempt volume. 421,000 shares in short exempt volume for AMC yesterday. I consider 1 million to be a lot, so it's about halfway, almost. Ape had 174.4 thousand in short exempt volume yesterday. Utilization at 100%, day number 166 straight trading days of 100% utilization for AMC. Ape at 76.29. Both of those were increased. Well, sorry, Ape was an increase because utilization, we have no idea if it's increasing or not on AMC, as they can't report anything higher than 100%. Day-over-day price increase yesterday on AMC was 13.81%, 12.3% for Ape. Max Payne did not change day over day today to 750, which would be the combined price between, just AMC. Off exchange volume at this time of the morning, which is right here next to me. I would expect to see about 44% in the off exchange, and EDGX show about 10 to 11%. And currently we've got 49.48 through the off exchange and 15.85 through the EDGX. So really high EDGX data, slightly elevated off exchange for a combined total of 65.33% of our volume going through those 2 exchanges. By this time in the morning, I would expect to see somewhere around like 54, 55. So that's elevated by like 10%. High numbers. Same thing goes for Ape. 54.84 in off exchange right now, and EDGX is at 15.98 for a grand total of 70.82% of our volume going through the off exchanges. Huge amounts of price discovery being suppressed through off exchange volume this morning on both of them. Taking a look at, let's see here, institutional ownership this morning was at 153.992 million, and there's no change to that as of current. Taking a look at, we're going to go straight to options, which is straight over to the right-hand side, and take a look at what our current volume is. Earlier this morning, we have a spread between open interest between $7 and $8 for AMC. So it looks like by Friday, they're expecting a closing price somewhere between 7 and 8. Highest amount of volume this morning so far for options is at an $8 strike price for calls with 3.9 thousand contracts. We have a runner up at $10.50, surprisingly. For puts, it's at a $7 strike price, and there's 3.4 thousand contracts. So as of right now, the volume is kind of indicating that there's going to be a closing price somewhere by the end of the day today for AMC between $7 and $8. Taking you guys over to the other page, the combined price of AMC and Ape. I've got a little bit of a, I have a line that was drawn that I drew out earlier this morning here on this downwards trend that we need to break. I suggested that we might hold it around $10, but also said that we may trip SSR before going back up and holding 10. We did not hold 10 at all. In fact, we broke right through 10 and supported at 997, found some consolidation, and then broke down to the 990 range, retesting 997, and then finally falling down into this Fibonacci support and resistance levels of 972 and 982, and it's currently sitting at 983, retesting the level of resistance at 982. Let me see if I can get a bottom side line on this. It does look like we're in a descending wedge from yesterday, which should, I mean, based on how this is descending so sharply, there should be a breakout to the top side of this eventually. Let's take a look at Ortex data. For AMC so far this morning, we have about a return of 40,000 shares. That's not really going to change the estimated short share interest too much. It's sitting at 19.2% of the free float. Cost per bar averages at 26.82, which is slightly lower than what it was yesterday at like 27 to 29. Shares on loan for the day today is up 500,000 shares from previous day, which I'm estimating about 154,000 of that's in new short interest. Utilization is still sitting at 100%. On Ape, we currently have, hold on a second here. This is like the second time where I feel like I've seen on loan amount increase way more than I thought originally. This is definitely the second time that I've seen this happen. Okay, originally this morning I'd wrote down that we were up 1.1 million shares day over day in on loan amounts, but it was more than that. It went from 25.5 to 27.3. So there was a definite increase here of 1.8 million shares day over day, not 1.1. Let me go back over and check AMC and make sure that I was correct on what I said earlier as well, since I'm looking at it. I said an increase of 500,000 shares. Let me just make sure that's right. Yeah, it is. Okay, just want to make sure. This is the second time that I've ever seen this happen where they recorrected the data and put out a different number, because earlier this morning when I checked it was 1.1 million shares day over day on loan amounts that was increased by. It's 1.8 now. On loan average age per day was running up earlier when I checked it. It's now showing a down movement with that 1.8 million new shares that are on loan from 11.65 down to 8.17. Estimated short share interest of the free float should be rising as a result. It went from 7.5 to 7.67, and security lending volume was up day over day from 10.02 to 9.81. Is that right? So it was a decrease. Hold on a second here. 10.02 to 9.81, but it shows an increase. Oh, there's something on top of it makes it look like an increase. So a very slight decrease in security and lending volume from 10.02 to 9.81. The utilization is actually 76.29. I think I gave off a number that was lower than that earlier this morning. Orders by Fidelity customers. So I'm just going to be looking for AMC, Ape, and GME. None of them. Not any of the three are on the top 30 list of most heavily traded stocks. We do have low volume today, and that could be as a result. SSR trigger price for Ape for AMC rather for the day today is at $7.05. For Ape, it triggers at 2.466. Shares available to borrow has been mainly returns since earlier this morning. Let's see, it does look like they may have borrowed about 150,000 shares there, and in the ETFs, nothing worth counting. So far for the day-to-day, we've had about 200,000 shares that have been borrowed. Fees have dropped from 21.7 rather to 18.6%. There's currently 9.1 thousand contracts in the money on the calls to 85.1 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls. Puts at 14.7 thousand contracts in the money versus 20.5 thousand contracts that are out of the money. I'm telling you guys, this the options chain is still not stacked on our favor. There's a very obvious trend for trying to collect derivatives. It is not worth, in my opinion, to play the options on AMC. NASDAQ is down 2.11. Dow Jones is up, or sorry, rather down 1.28. S&P 500 is down 1.64. We have the market is declining. It's on fire like hot lava. Don't touch the floor; it'll burn your feet off. With 5,208 decliners to 1,614 advancers. The VIX is up 3.13 and almost breaking 30 again. VTI is down 1.67. IWD is down 1.57. Tesla is down 4.66. Amazon is down 2.36. Cinemark is down 5.43. Doge is down 4.18. Bitcoin is up, or sorry, down 2.74. GME is down 7.5. HYMC down 9.47. Hood down 2.45. NCMI down 3.78. Ape is down 8.8%, getting really close to triggering SSR. So is AMC at 9.07%, 9.2%, getting really close to triggering SSR on both Ape and AMC. Taking a look at our inflow versus outflow, we have roughly $1.2 million more in outflow for the day-to-day so far on AMC, with 6.22 million shares having been traded so far after 50 minutes of trading, putting us on pace for 48.5 million shares traded by the end of the day today. And I suggested in the pre-market that we would likely see somewhere around 10 to 30 million shares traded. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 39.16, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 28.68, which is signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 17.49, signaling very heavily oversold on this. We have triggered a TD9 as well as hug the bottom side of this Bollinger Band here. So my guess is that they'll try to trip the 705 trigger point for SSR, be able to create liquidity with short exempt volume, and then allow price to run back up again. It's ever so close. Taking a look at Ape. Come on, Ape. We've got about basically $100,000 more in outflow than inflow, with 2.11 million shares traded for the day today, putting us on pace for 16.13 million shares traded by the end of the day. I said somewhere between 5 to 25. Same exact thing on this. We've been hugging the bottom side of this Bollinger Band pretty good here and just about ready to trip SSR at 2.466. On the 1 hour interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.72, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 30.2, which is almost signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 28.71, signaling oversold. Taking a look at the Ichimoto cloud on the hourly, we were in the cloud at the end of the day yesterday, and we are now coming out of the cloud. We may head back up into the cloud again here. The lagging line is still above price line. Price has gone beyond touching the base at this point, so we may return to the cloud here. It'll be difficult to say for sure. What I would expect to see is have us close inside the cloud today at some point, and then trade out the day sideways and maybe run back up through the cloud again maybe tomorrow. At least that's what it's kind of looking like. The conversion line is coming back down towards the base. Those may actually kind of meet up here in a little bit. Taking a look at the 4-hour chart. We have lagging line below base, lagging line below price line, conversion below base, and price right at conversion line. It does not look like it's ready to jump through the cloud at all yet. On AMC, on the hourly, we ran price well up above the cloud yesterday. Price came back down, hit the conversion line. Lagging line is still above price line, but one of the very first indicators you know is whenever price hits the conversion line, that's usually time to for outside investors to sell. Anybody who's doing like quick turnaround trades on a stock, that's when you get out. And it's hit beyond base and heading back into the cloud here. Price normally doesn't tend to drop through red clouds. It tends to drop through green clouds. So, like I said before, I would imagine this is going to start heading back up here very shortly once they trip that SSR. And then what you'll tend to see is you'll see price probably dropping through on AMC, the cloud, potentially tomorrow. But you can see this green cloud may be very short-lived, as it does look like it may be turning into a red cloud here in the near future. So you may see price trade out around 738 for the day. And then in tomorrow crossing through the cloud and then maybe back up again on, I guess that would be Friday. Taking a look at the 4-hour cloud, there is more, there's the lagging line is right on the price line. Conversion is slightly above base. Price is obviously not ready to burst through the cloud as you saw it touch into the cloud and then come back down. And thinning portion of the cloud on the 4-hour for AMC isn't until Tuesday to Wednesday next week. Do note, this morning we looked at suck, squeeze, bang, blow, and yesterday was bang. Price is supposed to remain if these cycles are still holding true, and it's based off of the combined volume and price of AMC and Ape, then price should remain relatively the same, within $1 or $2 of whatever the entry point was. So the combined price of AMC and Ape, I think yesterday was like 10, 20. What do we say? 10.50, I think, right? So 8.50 would be the lowest that we would probably see, that I would expect to see on a combined price between the two, and then 12.50 on the top side. But volume should be decreasing on a day-over-day basis as we're in this period of time. But I do think that with the 13.41% volume increase day over day, price increase day over day, and the 87% volume increase day over day, that we have entered into the bang phase of the cycle. Price is getting really, really close. SSR tripped for Ape at 2.46 and made it down. So SSR is on for that. And let me pull up what you guys are saying here. Kolya, the whole market's on fire, man. It's the whole thing. It's not just us. The whole thing's taking a big old trashing right now. And my guess is that there's just a lot of liquidity issues right now that are being dealt with. So we're going to see large amounts of volatility. Grandpa Barney, good morning. Dana saying, hey, Grandpa, couldn't we just get the pump and forget the dump? Yep, crypto's red. Everything's red right now. Is oil red? That's a good question. Let's check oil. Nope. Oil. Yep, oil is even red. It wasn't a little while ago. It is now. Even commodities, crypto, everything, just absolutely everything. 706. It is really, really close. We're 1 penny away. We were 1 penny away a second ago from triggering SSR on AMC. I would imagine that we will see that price turnaround once we see that trigger. Kolya, what I would do, I would take a different approach on how you look at it. It doesn't make me mad. It doesn't make me mad to see an animal that's cornered shitting itself, right? You're imagine yourself as the hunter, and you've just trapped a wild animal in the corner, and you're gonna kill it. You're gonna kill that wild animal. What do you think that wild animal is gonna do? It's gonna hit, spit. It's gonna hiss, spit, and shit all over the place because that's all it can do, and it may even try to attack you. And so I would look at this in a different kind of way, and I would say, like, you know what? This is what it looks like to watch an animal die. That's what you're watching have happen. You're watching an animal die here, and so I think, for me, it's encouraging because I know that we're on the right track because everything is happening the way that it should happen when this animal dies. And so I'm encouraged by it. I don't see it as like a positive or a negative. It's more or less it is what it is. And you're watching the process of what buy and hold does to a market. A market doesn't know how to react to buy and hold because it's always under the impression that you're going to be stupid. That's what a normal market reacts on. It reacts on the idea that you're going to act stupid. And so, and for once, for once in a very long time, our market is not stupid anymore. Retail investors have gotten together and decided to put our heads together and be like, hey, you know what? What if we just sit here and we just decide to hold something regardless of what happens with price and we're not afraid? What if we decide that we're not going to be the hunted anymore, we're going to be the hunters? And we just sit here and we hold this thing and the market says, oh shit, I better make these people really afraid because if I don't, then I'm going to absolutely lose this battle. And that's what's happening. You're seeing the effects of us changing the game. And this is it. You're seeing in market wide, you're seeing changes happening that just don't normally happen unless there's something being exposed. And so we're exposing something. We're exposing the wild animal that's dying. That's what we're exposing. And it's going to go down really, really nastily. Is that a word? I'm making up all kinds of words this morning, guys. This is what happens when you start drinking at 9 o'clock in the morning. Well, what is it? I guess it was more like 8 o'clock in the morning. Nastily. It's a new word. It's definitely going to be a word from now on. Nastily. Because why not? we just make up words. Who cares? It makes me feel like Bobblehead Ross has a quote here for me that's going to somehow make me feel like nastily is okay to say. Let's see what he has to say.
You have to have dark in order to show light. It's just like in life.
That's nastily. It's very nastily. What a nastily comment. You have to have dark in order to have light. It's true. This is what this is. And you're seeing more and more volatility. You're seeing the darkness and the lightness coming and going. Yesterday was the light. Today's the dark. And it's just going to get lighter and darker, more the volatility that's going to happen between darkness and lightness is going to increase every single day as this animal dies. Ortis says, WTF. I can't control what Bobblehead Ross says, Ortis. I don't even know what the WTF is over, but I'm assuming it's over Bobblehead Ross. I can't help what Bobblehead. He's got 10 different sayings. I push the button and he says whatever he wants. I don't control it. So SSR is now tripped on both AMC and Ape. And it does mean something. It means a lot. Jabib says, laugh out loud, I miss Bob Ross. Man, I think we all do. I think we all do. Turtle, I think it's going to get pretty volatile. Let me show you. Let me take you back into history. We're going to go back into history here for just a second. SSR has never helped. It's never meant to help, Joe. That's not the point. The point is that it does something. It's not there to help us. And I'm not trying to convince you that it's here to help us. Let me take you back in history. The blue lines that you see here are a copy and paste of the 2008 market crash. But it's actually each one of these candlesticks here is a day, and you can see here that obviously this does not match up with the days that we're doing right now. We're on a much quicker pace here. In fact, our days right now are covering. We're on a much faster and more volatile period of time than what we saw in 2008, to where each single day is covering 4 days worth of time back in 2008. But if you were to just take this as an example of like what movements you would have seen on daily swings, you're looking at, like, each one of these, almost every single day here, you can see there's massive amounts of movement in the market. I mean, look at some of this. Look at this day right here. If this were translated into days movement, it would be seeing the market moving from 324 on the SPY, anywhere from 324 to 367. Can you imagine the SPY moving that much in a single day? Holy crap, that would be insanity. But yet, we're getting there. We're getting to those kind of like major volatile movements in the market, and it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. And you can see that it wasn't so bad before, right? You can see here that some of those candles aren't extremely large, but as time goes on, those candles start to get bigger and bigger and bigger until you have a failure. It's going to be volatile, guys. The beast does not die easily. It doesn't go out without a roar. Yep, I've got 704. I've got 704 as a low at 1035. RB. Island of Dr. Moreau, congratulations. No need to tell that kind of information. I'm actually gonna kind of hide. I'm not doing this in a malicious kind of way. I just don't want you to be targeted. Thank you for the message that you put out there. We appreciate your support, and congratulations on your new shares. But I just want to throw this out there that people do get targeted when they start discussing how many shares they have or they purchase. And for more than anything, I'm just trying to protect you as an investor. And I don't, I think even me just mentioning everything that I just said right there is enough to put you at risk. So I'm just going to hide that comment for you. Harry Parrott says, Casey, these 10% drops are like they are creating a market within the market. Look, if there's no liquidity and they have to create liquidity, they've got to do something. And the only thing that they can do, I posted this. When was it? I can't remember what day I posted this. Hold on a second. I'm going to pull this up here. I want you guys to understand that at any given time, this market is absolutely at risk of, or the stock price of dropping to absolute. People always say like, well, what happens if they push the price down to this? And I go like, guys, you don't understand. They could have done this a long time ago. Let me try and get this pulled up here. For some reason, I'm having a problem with Twitter. I don't know if any of you guys are having problems as well, but give me 1 second while I pull this up here. All right, check this out. You got to see this. This has to, like, I need you to absorb this for me. If there's, out of all the things that I say to you, I need you to absorb this. But what's stopping them from just shorting this beyond $1? Because I get this question like all the time. Like, what happens if they short this down to $1? Then what? Look at this, guys. For the cost of 991 shares, I took a screenshot of the aftermarket hours of, shoot, what was this? I can't remember. I think this was AMC. No. This couldn't have been AMC. This is Ape. This is Ape. For the cost of 991 shares, I added up all the shares plus one share of the very last one at 0.33. For the cost of 991 shares and $1,511.41. That's all it would have cost them because I added up all the shares, multiplied out the prices that the buy orders, the bid orders were in for. The stock price in the after hours, this could be done right now. They could have dropped this price down to 33 cents on Ape in the aftermarket hours of, what day did I post this? October 3rd, 2 days ago. In a moment, in a smidgen of a moment, all they would have had to do is sold 991 shares at each one of these prices, and they could have dropped the price down to 33 cents. In a matter of a heartbeat, they could have done this. So what's stopping them? Why aren't they doing this? It's a game, guys. This is an entire game on how do they get you to sell your shares. If they drop the price down to 33 cents overnight, you're going to look at that and be like, well, I might as well just hold. It's down to 33 cents now. There's no sense in selling because it's pretty much done. It's over on Ape. I'm not going to sell my shares because I've got nothing left here anyways. They need your shares really, really, really super bad. They can't just drop this price to whatever they want to, because they have to play a game. And the game is, how do I get you to sell to get your shares? That's the game. That's the game that they're playing because they know that you have a royal flush. They know you have it. So how do they play the game so that they can win? And the answer is they make you fold. How do they make you fold? They draw it out. They make it long. They make it painful. They really need those shares super, super bad. So we're just going to toy with you for a while, make you get angry. Don't get angry, guys. The market is not here for emotions. It's not. If you have emotions in a market, then you've already lost. You have to wear those emotions on your sleeve. I know it's so much easier said than done, but you do. You have to wear those emotions on your sleeve and just wipe them away. It's not easy to do. I know that. But I'm telling you right now, guys, that is exactly what's happening right here. They could have lowered the price to 33 cents in a heartbeat if they wanted to. Yep. I agree with what you're saying, Harry Parrott. I totally agree. My post was to show that they control everything. So to create a trade, they can short a stock down and up to create liquidity. So a market within a market. I agree. No, you're absolutely right about that. Pumpy says, wouldn't the cost to borrow go sky high? Not if there's a lot of shares to borrow. Cost to borrow is all going to be based off of how many institutions have shares available to borrow. Or lend. I should have said lend. See, that's the other part, Grandpa Barney. If they drop the price down to 33 cents a share, what do they run into? They run into a wall of like massive buying at 33 cents a share. Why? Because at 515 million shares a pop at 33 cents a piece, divided by 4.1 million people, oops, times 4.1, divided by 4.1 million people, it's 41. It would cost every single one of us $41 to buy our fair share of the float, which would be 125 shares. It would cost us $41.45 for us to buy, each one of us, if we paid $41.45, we could buy 125 shares, which would be our fair share of the float. That's it. That's all it would cost us. They would run into massive amounts of buying pressure. They can't do that. They can't do that. They have to try and get your shares at a higher price. Otherwise, they run the risk of more buying pressure coming in, and then they just have to create more of a bad situation. Hayden says, I think they're going to run into problems at $1 a share. I don't disagree with that, Hayden. I don't disagree with that at all. Oh my gosh. I wish. I wish they had dropped the price of AMC down to like, I don't know, $5 a share. If they had dropped AMC down to $5 a share before the dividend had hit, um, I, I, I would have done something stupid. I would have done something really, really stupid. No, not that stupid, Ariel. Have you seen these mortgage interest rates? No, not that stupid. But I would have done something stupid though. I've, I've got a lot of stupid things I can do. Grandpa Barney says sell the kids off. That's not something I would do either. I've got other things, other stupid things I can do. I got other things in the house I can sell off, but I would have done some stupid stuff because, man, I'll tell you what, 33 cents a share, sign me up. sign me up. I can't wait to reduce my cost average per share. Let's go. Let's do it. Bring it on. Sell a kidney, that I might actually consider, Ariel. That would actually be something I would consider. Nikki says you'd have done OnlyFans. No, probably not that far. Not that far, Nikki. I don't think any. Yeah, no, not that far. Selling a kidney, maybe. Jeff says never underestimate a crayon eater's capacity for stupidity. I agree. Never. This is the beauty behind what it is that we are doing, guys. It is absolutely the beauty of everything it is that we stand for. This that we came into this from the get go is that we're here to fight for a company. We're not letting go, and we're gonna win this thing. And it's just like at all costs we will win this. And they didn't expect that. They never in a million years expected people to come in and try to save a movie theater. It was not on their it was a totally unexpected possibility. AMC and Ape have hit SSR. Yes, Kale. The red line that you see on both of those is the SSR value for the day. Savvy says they underestimate our stupidity. I'm going to take it a step further, Savvy. I'm going to say not only did they underestimate our stupidity, they underestimated our resolve. And I think that's when you start mixing stupidity and resolve together, you can't come up with a formula that that counters that. There is no there's a saying out there that says something like you can never argue you can't argue with a stupid person because they'll always win. They've been arguing stupidly for too long or something like that. I forget what the saying is, but it's some kind of saying like don't argue with somebody stupid because they're too good at it, right? That's essentially what it is. We're really good at it. We're really good at what it is that we do. Hayden says, I just noticed your subs are up to 3.49. I don't even really, I pay a little bit of attention to it, but only because sometimes my wife will be like, hey, you're up to so many subs. And I'll be like, oh, that's cool. It means nothing to me. I don't even know. I don't, a long time ago, like when we were getting ready to cross 1,000, my wife was like, "You need to do something for the 1,000th subscriber kind of thing, like some kind of like that's what YouTube people do. They do some kind of like celebration for hitting a number." And I go like, it's not who I am. I can't imagine. What do you do? Like, I don't know. I think this stuff's kind of weird. You guys keep throwing out stupid quotes. You can't argue with stupid. Stupid as stupid does. KL says A team. Harry Parrott says, Casey, hold on a second, I gotta clear my throat. Casey, this buy and hold isn't a new idea. This is how a market should be. It's the difference between an investor buy and hold and a trade. Harry Parrott is coming through, guys, today with some of the best. Not wrong. He's completely right in what it is that he's saying. This is how a market is supposed to react. A market is supposed to buy and hold when it believes in a product that is out there that the people believe that it's going to um, sustain itself in the future. And so what Harry Parrott's saying is that that's what a normal market is supposed to do when it sees something where it has a future. People should buy and hold it regardless of what price moves to because you believe in it. You believe in what the company stands for, its business portfolio, the CEO that's running the company. There's a lot of different things that they're still going to have a product to be able to put out. These are all things that you buy into, and he's right. This is exactly how a market is supposed to work. The problem is that we've been conditioned into these ideas that we need to like jump in and out of plays all the time. Like it's like the right thing to do, and it's not the way that it's supposed to be. They've turned our market into a gambling casino, right? Where we're always sitting there gambling and trying to hit the big one. And in actuality, the truth is that all we really needed to do was just buy and hold, and that was it. It's the honest truth to how a market should run. There it is. Cookie Monster has the right quote that I was looking for. Never argue with stupid people. They will drag you down to their level and then beat you with experience. Mark Twain. That's the quote I was looking for in Cookie Monster. That's the one I couldn't think of. Because ADD, but I can't remember quotes very well and numbers and stuff. But yeah, that's it. Never argue with stupid people. They will drag you down to their level and then beat you with experience. And dang it, we're beating the crap out of them. They're having to come down to our level, and we're beating the crap out of them out of this. Yo says, "Bring me your stupid, you're stupid, and you're stupid." Jathan says, "I love AMC because that's where I rounded third base." Every single one of us has a story. I think. Well, maybe not. Maybe not every single one of us, but a lot of us. A lot of us have a story that we could probably recall something that AMC, how it's impacted our life, or how it's been a part of our life. And it's not just AMC, but movie theaters in general. I don't want to just single out AMC. I want to talk about movie theaters in general. They've always been a part of our life, a part of our history. Do we want to let that go? Do we really, truly, and honestly want to let that experience go, where we saw for the very first time, Darth Vader telling Luke Skywalker that he was his father, or watching the Titanic sinking, even though you knew it was going to sink, and the whole time, you know what I'm saying? Like, I hated that movie. I, I hated that movie, but it was still a big blockbuster. Or these movies where you can go and experience, Avatar. This is Avatar 2 that's coming out here. You're not going to be able to experience that if we lose that. It is a part of our national history. Movies, seeing movies in movie theaters with people. Like, society wants to interact with each other. We all want to sit and cry, laugh, get chills on our arms, get scared, and jump scares, man. We all want to jump scare at the same time. We want to see people next to us jump scared. That's why we're here. I don't know. Maybe I'm just wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, and maybe people are just here for money. I don't know. I'm here for that though. I'm here because I feel like I want to save our past. I want to save our past and see our future be brighter. Ice Cream says, "Damn, you just gave out the ending." Sorry, sorry. I chose movies that were like kind of older, hoping that people hadn't seen them yet. Grandpa Barney says, "If we do not follow through with this, they will keep ripping off your fam. They're gonna rip us off, our family off, our family's family off. The cycle will never end. It will never ever end unless we put a stop to it." Grandpa Barney, you're right. Somebody maybe in the future would might try to put a stop to it, but you're right. I agree. Yo says, "Stupid feels good in a place like this." Stupid Nicole Kidman. Just, oh man, I used to love Nicole Kidman, but man, I don't know. I got Halle Berry now. Sorry, Nicole Kidman. Scoot on over. I wish Adam Aaron had put Halle Berry in there. Can you imagine if Halle Berry had done that commercial? So much better. It would have been so much better. I would have way loved to have seen Halle Berry way more than Nicole Kidman. I like Nicole Kidman. I used to really be a huge, huge fan. Not so much recently, but I used to be a huge fan of Nicole Kidman. But I would have loved to have seen Halle Berry do that commercial. Man, that would have been awesome. That would have been awesome. That one I would stand and salute to. Rihanna would be fire in that ad. Uh, maybe. Nate says, "Come on, Casey. She was the hot doctor in Days of Thunder." Was she? Halle Berry in her cat suit. I'm like, I wasn't thinking of that, but thanks for putting the image in my head. Nate Ross says, "Come on, Casey. She was hot and Doctor in Days of Thunder." I didn't even realize that she was in Days of Thunder. I didn't realize that Nicole Kidman was the doctor in that. It's funny. We should push that. Oh man, don't make me do it. don't make me go do something stupid, Grandpa Barney, like try to get a hold of Halle Berry and see if she won't like do like some kind of freelance commercial. Don't make me do that because you know I would. I would do something stupid like that. I would totally do something. Frickin' A. All right, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go find Halle Berry and send her a message on Twitter. I'm gonna say it's the Drinky Drink on Wednesdays that's doing it, but I'm gonna go send her a message on break and in Twitterville and see if she responds. Of course she won't, but why not? Who knows? Cookie Monster says, "Do it, do it." It would be awesome. It would be awesome. I'd love to make a remake of the commercial starring Halle Berry, like a freelanced version of the Halle Berry version. Casey's stalking Halle Berry. No, I'm not gonna stalk her. I'm not that kind of guy. Boy, they have dropped price right down to SSR and just stuck it right there. Kevin says, "Nothing ventured, nothing gained." I agree. Why not? I've done Joe Rogan. I've done President Bush Jr. Why not give Halle Berry a try? You never know. You know what the sad part is, guys, is that she's cool enough that she would probably do it. She is like, I don't know if you guys saw her in Hot Wings or not. She knows how to eat a hot wing. She can down those hot wings and she had no problem with the heat. She is a cool cat. She is a cool cat. And I'm not even trying to be like pun intended or anything like that, but she is a cool cat. She knows how to live life and she's so cool. She would probably be on board with like trying to, support AMC and its ventures. Uh, I don't know. I could see her doing it. It's 10 o'clock. Yeah, I know. Catwoman pun, essentially. Yeah, she is a Storm in the X-Men. Dude, she made I forget the guy's name that does the hot ones, the interviews, but she actually put him to shame. Like that dude literally usually eats through those wings pretty well compared to everybody else, and she made him look bad. I mean, she was cleaning them down to the bone on every single wing. She didn't have nuggets. Some of these high profile people come in there with their no meat fake nuggets or whatever, and then they do the hot wings challenge, and it's like, dude, get out of here with you. Like, you can't. I don't know, man. You don't go on the hot wings channel with nuggets. Who does that? Thank you. Charisma says, Sean Evans. You're right. It is Sean Evans. Who does that, man? Who goes on to, like, dude, you suck it up for one interview. You eat 10 hot wings that are really on chicken bones and suck it up. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't be a little wuss and eat your chicken nuggets there. Come on, man. Who does that? Not Halle Berry. Oh, no, sir, not Halle Berry. She made some dudes look bad. She made some dudes that have done that show look really, really bad. I'm expecting a little bit of a bounce off of that SSR there, Lucas. I'm not going to say that they can't bring it down because we've reset synthetic price failure on both of AMC and Ape, which means price could come down further. But it is time to take a look at our numbers. Yeah, no, there's an 8K. I believe it's the 8K that they have to file. Jabibs, we already looked this up once before. It's like 4 days. I can't remember if it's 3 or 4 days, but it's something like that. It's 3 or 4 days that they have to announce it. I've got people out there who are trying to tell me that it's like 2 weeks, like 14 days before they have to announce, and I don't think that's the case at all. Ice cream says you're breathing heavy. It's the alcohol, probably. Chicken wings turns on Casey. Francis, I've said this before, man. If you're gonna go marry somebody, like if you're like kind of getting romantically engaged with somebody, go out and eat chicken wings with them. And I'm not saying, that they should eat chicken wings like a champ to be somebody that you're going to marry, but when they go out and they eat chicken wings, like watch how they eat them. And if it annoys you, that they're eating chicken wings in a certain way, like just know that that's what you're going to have to live with. You know what I'm saying? Like just watch when they eat chicken wings. Watch what they order, how they order them, how they eat them. Like that's the person you're going to live with for the rest of your life that you're committing to. You know what I'm saying? It's amazing what you can get out of eating chicken wings. just throw that out there. Casey's advice on life: chicken wings. It tells you who to marry. Wait, we're gonna need another bobblehead Ross quote here, because obviously Casey quotes are not gonna be the best ones for you in life. This is what bobblehead Ross has to say about that.
You know me. I think there ought to be a big old tree right about there. Just give him a friend. Everybody needs a friend.
Who needs to get married? Just need friends. That's what he said. I've talked about this before, yo, and gap fill theory. I think it depends on how far back you're looking. Like if you're looking like within like the last month and you're looking for gap fills that you need to fill, I would agree with that. If you're looking back over a year's worth of data and saying that you need a gap fill from a year ago or greater, probably not the case. All right, I'm gonna head over to the other screen. Nikki's asking, will 699 cause buying pressure? I'm not sure why 699 specifically, unless you're the 69 part. I'm not sure which, Nikki, but there's definitely some buying pressure. Well, let's look at the numbers. I'll show you where the buying pressures are, support and resistance lines are. All right, let's take a look. Two-factor authentication. Oh, remember, guys, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you're writing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. But let's take a look at what we got going on here. And with two-factor authentication, don't forget that if you're going to set up two-factor authentication to keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be there, that you maybe set up a secondary phone number just in case something happens to your primary. It's always a good idea to have a secondary setup so you can send that code to someplace else. Let's see what we got going on here. We'll take a look at the support and resistance and all that good stuff here in just a second. All right. Off exchange. As of an hour ago, it was 49.48 and 15.85. I would expect to see 49% now and somewhere between 11 and 12% on EDGX. And we're currently showing on AMC 53.21, which is elevated, and 13.99, also elevated, for a grand total of 67.2% of our volume going through those two off exchanges. That is high, but not extremely high. Taking a look at Ape, same rules apply. Is currently sitting at 55.09 for the off exchange, and EDGX at 12.41, which is about standard. Little high, not too much. 67.5% of our volume, again going through the off exchanges, those two off exchanges. Elevated, but not crazy high. We've seen worse. Taking a look at Ortex data. As of an hour ago, there was 40,000 shares having been returned. It's now 262,000 on AMC. That's going to slightly drop the. Actually, it didn't. Even though the borrow change was a return, short share interest of the free float rose to 19.25%. The only way that happens is if they've got a correction placed in from. Today must be a reporting day. We must have had a reporting overnight or today at some point. So estimated short share interest of the free float rose with that estimate. So estimates were low. Cost to borrow average is a little bit up from an hour ago by about 2% to 27.22% right now. Shares on loan for the day today is at 185.77 million shares. That is day over day an increase by 500,000 shares. 154,000 of that I'm estimating to be in new short interest. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago there was a borrowing of 2.42 million shares. It is now a return of 199,000 shares. The estimated short share interest of the free float sitting at 7.63%, cost per average at 4.69. Shares on loans at 27.31 million shares, which day over day is an increase of 1.8 million shares, all new short interest. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of volume for the day today. An hour ago is at an $8 strike price for the calls. It is still the case for right now. Went from 3.9 thousand contracts an hour ago to 5.8 thousand contracts now. Puts, highest amount of volume at a $7 strike. It was 3.4 thousand contracts an hour ago, 5.6 now. Combined price of AMC and Ape fell way further than I would have expected. I only expected about a fall to about 10. It actually fell. It's the combined price of AMC and Ape currently at $9.60. That's probably what was Nikki talking? No, she was talking about combined price of AMC and Ape, I think, or no, Ape AMC only at $6.99. But combined price right now at $9.61. It was on a descending parallel channel, which it seemed to have broke out of here right around like 10:15 this morning. And has found its way. It found some support at $9.58 and is kind of following that Fibonacci trend line. Compared to where we were at from yesterday, we're about where we started out from. So this quick rise in price and then fall back down is right about where we started at yesterday. We'll have to see how that continues on. Let's keep an eye on it. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME have not been on the top 30 list earlier when I checked it this morning, and that is still the case. Low order amounts. Trigger price for SSR for the day today is on for both AMC and Ape. They both triggered. AMC under 705 and Ape at 2.466. Shares available to borrow. Looks like since earlier this morning they did borrow another 150,000 shares. And that's going to put us at 350,000 shares borrowed so far for the day today. Fees are currently at an 18.6% rate. NASDAQ is down 2.12, Dow Jones is down 1.26, and the S&P 500 is down 1.58. The market's on fire. Watch out for the hot lava floor because it'll burn your feet with 5,241 decliners to 1,638 advancers. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. Let's see. We have the VIX is up 3.2% and sticking right at 30. VTI is down 1.55. IWD is down 1.45, Tesla down 5.52, Amazon down 2.17, Cinemark down 5.15, Doge is down 3.54, Bitcoin is down 2.19, GME is down 5.54, HYMC down 8.63, Hood is down 1.39, NCMI is down 8.21, Ape is down 9.53, and AMC is down 8.81. Inflow versus outflow. There's currently $1.1 million more in outflow than inflow for the day today so far on AMC, with 8.95 million shares traded after 103 minutes of trading. Putting us on pace for 33.5 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 10 to 30 million. On the hourly, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.24, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 32.98, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.79, which is below average. Taking a look at Ape, we have roughly $150,000 more in outflow than inflow. 3.66 million shares traded so far after 104 minutes of trading, putting us on pace for 13.72 million shares traded by the end of the day. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 5 and 25 million. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 32.92, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 27.63, signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 33.82, which is below average. So it's definitely signaling like we're going to need to see a little bit of a move up on this. Let's see if I can't figure out where we're headed to here. This kind of looks like a bearish wedge currently. But it also looks like it should have broken out already. We've had a triple test on 2.466, which was SSR tripping point. This may bounce off the bottom here and start heading up, but it does. The flag that is being given, it looks like a bearish flag. So just got to call it like I see it. Even though it breaks up, doesn't necessarily mean that it's. I mean, we could have a larger pattern forming, like an inverse head and shoulders, where this might be the leading shoulder following into a head, and then a trailing shoulder. So, but it's going to be difficult for me to tell until we actually get to the point to where, if price starts to rise back up sharply to 2.65-ish range, or maybe even higher, and consolidate sideways, we'll start looking at an inverse head and shoulder possibility. On AMC, it looks like a bullish wedge or triangle. That's what I'm going to run with right now. Again, I can't completely know for a fact that it's going to break out of this heading north. That's just what it's suggesting. All right, I can see what it is you guys are writing in, but give me. CNBC put out an article that states Citadel is up 29% year to date. Go look at their actual numbers though. See how much they have. See how much they have that they owe on positions that have not yet been closed. That's going to be the key number to watch out for. Peter says, I watched this technical guy on the YouTube machine that points out gaps from weeks, months ago, and beyond, and oftentimes he is spot on. It's almost the penny with his gaps. So, I guess I don't know, man. I feel like a year, like, because in order for you to go back to prices that we're at right now, you have to go over a year's worth of data, pass beyond a year's worth of data. I feel like when you go that far back, you're kind of running into a situation where you can't. I feel like you kind of lose a little bit of. I mean, there's so many different things that have changed in the market in over the last year that it really kind of becomes a. I guess at that point you would have to look at it and say like, okay, well, our algorithm's treating it as though it's a single chart on its own and not taking other factors into account. And I just don't feel like that's the case. So I feel like those, I don't know. Over a year's worth of data. I could see up to a year, but like anything beyond a year, it's like too much stuff has changed. Woodstock said someone said I was banned from here. You're not banned. Thank you for sharing, Lucas. Ray Dalio, founder of Bridgewater Hedge Funds, just stepped down from his position. Griffin's mom says, has AMC bottomed out? So long as synthetic price failures are in existence, I would say that would not be the case. Because at this point in time, with the synthetic price failure on AMC, you said AMC, right? Let me see. Yeah, with AMC, if a synthetic price failure were to occur again, we'd be looking at like the $5.50 range. Actually 5.18 on a 21.5% drop down. Griffin's mom, there's a link to two different videos that will. One of them takes like I think 19 minutes to go through, I think that's the one that kind of explains synthetic price failures. That's probably the fastest that I could probably do a synthetic price failure explanation, and will probably still leave you with some questions. So the idea that I could sit here and go through a 19-minute presentation, it'd be easier for me. The whole reason that I made that a standalone video is so that I could just send people to that video instead, and it's in the description box. So I would just the main theory behind synthetic price failures is that uh, I did an analysis and a breakdown of what GME did in its squeeze and found some very specific percentages that were being followed by the algorithms and that trade these stocks. And when you take those percentages and you apply them to, if you track price a certain way, if you take those percentages and you go and apply them to any stock out there, it doesn't matter what it is, you can literally see that algorithms are trading, especially in heavily shorted stocks. Algorithms are trading the prices in such a fashion that it elicits people to buy and sell at certain percentage points consistently. It is very, very, very consistent and can be applied to any stock out there. It works even better for stocks that are shorted heavily. So, but I can't. I mean, it would take me a while. 20 minutes. It gets tiring to have to explain it like over and over and over. So I'm just gonna link you to the video. Super Mario movie just announced. Another one, huh? Doug, yes. I went ahead and said that to me it looks like we are in the bang phase. Whether or not suck, squeeze, bang, blow still works it remains to be seen because with the creation of Ape, it changes everything. I have no idea if it's still going to apply or not. We'll find out here. Because if it's correct, then price should remain relatively the same to within a $2 range, I would imagine, of the price going into it. So I think our closing price yesterday was like 1050 something. Hold on a second. It was 1056. So you're looking at like 856 combined price between AMC and Ape, which I wouldn't expect to see prices much lower than that through this phase. Currently, we're sitting at 966. And I would also expect to see that if we're going to have a downside, we're probably going to be seeing an upside following as well. Yeah, it's Lucas, it's really hard to keep those emotions in check, isn't it? That's interesting, Doug. I've tried to apply suck, squeeze, bang, blow to other stocks out there and never been able to find the same pattern. So if you're finding it, that's cool. I have not been able to use that pattern to apply to other stocks out there and find it to work. At least it hasn't for me. So if you've been able to figure it out, I'd love to see what you got going. Nah, man, you're the man, Doug. Doug. I had to go deep on that one. I didn't start the first one high enough. You're the man. Hillbilly says, why the ADD in the title? Is that for attention deficit disorder? Yes, it is, Hillbilly. Uh, I was diagnosed at a very early age in life, and I have to say, Hillbilly, uh, for whatever reasons, I was blessed with only having like what I would probably consider to be um, a functioning level of ADD or ADHD, whichever you want. I mean, I feel like ADD turned into ADHD later. Um, or was it the other way around? Yeah, no. It was ADD originally, and then they later turned into ADHD. But or maybe they're two different things. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. All I know is I was diagnosed with ADD when I was younger, and you can see right now as I'm thinking about things, I can't even stay on focus. It's difficult. I have a difficult time staying focused. Numbers do help. If I find certain things that are what's the word I want to look for here? If I find things that attract my attention and I can focus on heavily, I find that it helps me to narrow down my attention into one specific topic. And the more I apply myself to that one specific topic, the better it is that I have focus. And so I feel like I've kind of a um, self functioning uh, attention deficit disorder person. Oh, tech man, that's not cool. I just tested positive for pre-diabetes today, so my doctor is recommending I can't say that. Ozempic. Anyone ever take it? I've been trying to do more treadmill, but now I gotta since the test results show something. So, um, first off, like nobody, well, unless they're a doctor, nobody should probably be giving medical advice to you. But I will say this though. Sometimes it doesn't hurt to get a second opinion. I'm not saying that you're going to find a different result, but you know, you have an opportunity, you have a chance now to make a change, and I'm glad that you're taking that. I'm glad that you're taking on that challenge of making a change and making sure that you fix that. That's good. The Lucas says ADD is ADHD without the hyperactivity, but nowadays it's just both called ADHD. Oh, Hillbilly, that's cool, man. You got it too? The ease at which I can enter a flow state. But for me, Hillbilly, it's not about the ease of entering in a flow state. It's more about how easily it is for me to get out of a flow state. It's squirrel. Squirrel? Huh? It's just like it's way too easy. I saw something just the other day where um, I'm not sure who he was. It was just some kind of random YouTube video that popped up on my feed, but I was watching it. The guy says nobody has ADHD. He says we all just have this problem with being able to focus when we're young, and because our parents don't teach us how to deal with it, that we really just um, it's a coping mechanism, is what he said. And I don't know if I agree with that. I tried to like do a little like thinking about it, as he was talking about. I was like trying to do some self perspective thinking, and was like, is it really truly the case? Is it because I don't know how to deal with something that I have ADHD, or is it truly and honestly like my mind is just randomly like firing off on so many things at once that I just can't really focus? And I just don't know if I agree with what it is he's saying, because I really truly honestly have my mind firing off in a billion different directions all at once, and it's the inability to be able to control the mind from wanting to think about a billion different things at once that really kind of affects me the most. So I kind of felt like, I don't know, man. Maybe it is for some people that they just don't know how to deal with certain things a certain way, and it's a coping mechanism. But for me, it's not. Yeah, so the Lucas actually, that's exactly how I feel. Lucas says, for me, it's really hard to focus on something for a long period of time, except if it's something I'm really interested in, then I'm almost hyper focused, and that's exactly how I feel. If it's something I can really like numbers, if I really want to, and the numbers are interesting and it makes sense to me, and I can dive in deep. Yeah, Hillbilly. I spent 98 to 2000. I spent 24 years. 23 years in the semiconductor field, working in engineering. So I found my niche. Engineering is definitely is a field that I love. Jared says I slept in a Holiday Inn last night. He's a doctor. Okay, so a 20% drop in a recent high equals synthetic price drop, which means it's a fake price drop because no one is selling. It it can be a real one, Griffin's mom, but you have to kind of look at some other factors, right? Like, is price dropping without large amounts of volume? If price is dropping and volume's not going up, then it's a fake price drop because you really have to have higher amounts of volume to get price to drop. If people are just holding their positions and prices artificially dropping but no volume, then there's something to be said about that, right? Like, how in the world is the price dropping if nobody's selling? You have to see some kind of volume changing hands to know that somebody's selling their positions. Otherwise, what you said is correct. It's not real. And it's not necessarily, some people think that I'm saying synthetic shares, right? And I'm not suggesting that. I'm not trying to say that synthetic price failure is due to fake shares. What I'm saying is that the price movement is fake. It's not supported by volume movement. That's the point that I'm trying to make out of it is that drop from whatever value to whatever value that gives you a 20% drop in price. You need to see some volume in that drop. And if you don't see volume, then that was fake. It was absolutely fake. There's no way that you have price drop by 20% and nobody, just no change in volume or maybe even decreased volume. How does that happen? How do you have decreased volume or even volume and price drop like a rock? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't work. It's a broken system. Hillbilly says I've also heard that the neurotypical versus neurodivergent argument being in the context of having ADD is actually neurotypical because more people have than don't. So essentially, because more people have it than don't have it, that it's just normal. I just don't buy into that. How about the fact that I don't know, man. You're gonna get me off on topic here. I feel like what about the fact that we've added like trans fats and all kinds of crazy stuff to our dietary system, and maybe the reason that everybody's brains are starting to be all wacky is because of the fact that we have like shitty food. Just saying, maybe we have a lot of plastics in the drinks that we're drinking, and it's causing us to all act a certain way that's like kind of messed up. Uh, it's a possibility, right? I don't know. And so I just kind of go like, just because everybody has it doesn't necessarily mean that it's like, I, I don't like that. I don't like the idea that because everybody has the problem means that it's normal. I don't know. I'm a professional says, are you in control of your mind or is your mind in control of you? I think it actually be both ways, believe it or not. I think your mind can control you, and I think you can control your mind. I know that's such a weird thing to say because you're going like, wait a minute, how in the world could you control your mind? You are your mind. I do believe that's the case. Casey, poll for ADD. What am I polling? Just Peter says just do the opposite of Casey's Costco cart. Yeah, that's probably not far from the truth. Yep, do that. Dang, that's a lot of people, man. Ethersing's listed off like a list of like some really cool people. Uh, just because there's really cool people that have it doesn't necessarily mean that it's cool to have. You know, it doesn't make things better. I agree with what you said, Sam. Yeah, I guesstimated somewhere between 10 to 30 million in volume for the day-to-day EO, and 20 to 30 is probably accurate. Wall Street says stocks can rise forever on low volume. No, no, this is a great point. This is a great point that Wall Street says here. Stocks can rise forever on low volume if there's no selling or vice versa. Casey is an idiot. And that's a great point. Price can rise forever if there's low volume. And the reason for that is if you have everybody holding and lots of buyers out there, every time low volume goes through, you can have large price amounts changing the price. But the problem is with that Wall Street is that that's not healthy price movement. In order to have healthy price movement upwards, that's an overinflated price. You start getting into a situation where you have an overinflated price because people are willing to pay anything for whatever they can get, right? And so price starts shooting massively through the roof as nobody's selling, but price just is just absolutely jumping through the roof, but low volume. You're right. You're 100% right about that. But low volume on decreasing price is just as unhealthy as the opposite of what it is that you're saying right there. So you're right, and you're proving my point. You're actually agreeing with me. So I guess you and I are both idiots apparently. But yeah, that's an overinflated price, and as soon as volume returns, guess where price is going to move when you have an overinflated price on low volume? Just guess. Just randomly guess which way you think price is going to go when volume starts to match the price movements, because I think you know, and it's called distribution. I love it when somebody calls me an idiot but agrees with me. That's the best thing in the whole wide world. It's like, dude, you literally just called me an idiot and then said I'm also an idiot. I agree with him, but I'm also an idiot. Don't listen to what he has to say. That's so funny. Others says, for what it's worth, I have ADHD, pre-diabetes, and started to take greens and changed to organic nutrition and became much better in every area. Not financial advice. Thank you, Others. Appreciate it. I need a better diet. I know that. I know it. I know it. I'll get there. Give me time. I'll probably need some kind of like terrible event to happen or something like that, but I'll get there. Wait. Did Wall Street leave? No. Oh, Wall Street's still here. Overinflated. It's dollars and cents. If you make a profit, I don't care what is your term of the day. It's a profit. Like legitimately, you sound like the worst investor I've ever. Like that's like somebody going to Vegas and being like, as long as I put money in the slot machines and I get a return, I'm a winner and I don't care what you have to say. It's like Like, do you have a game? Do you legitimately have a game? Because all you're saying is I just go and throw money in machines, and as soon as I get a profit, I'm good. Because if you don't understand how it works, if you don't understand how to get the concept behind the game or why the game works, you're just always going to end up being a loser. Because all you're doing is just feeding the system. But you know what? Since you obviously are a winner and have nothing else better to do than to be here and discredit us, I think that I mean it really does kind of show what kind of an investor you really are. We know why you're here, and it's pretty obvious. It means you're a shit investor, is what it means. But you know, not financial advice. You might want to understand the system a little bit and understand why you're making money when you make money and why you're not making when you don't make money. Just saying. Oh, of course you do. I'm sure you do, Wall Street. That's why you're here. Because people who make tons and tons of money in the market just want to show up to where people who are holding a position in a stock, they just want to show up there to say things like this. I'm sure that's exactly what the truth is. I'm sure of it. If you were actually really, truly, and honestly doing well for yourself, you wouldn't even be here. You wouldn't bother. Anybody who's actually making money in this market, Wall Street, are not here to try and convince people that they're rich. That's the funny part about this. You're literally making fun of yourself right now. You're making fun of yourself because you're proving that you're not doing well. It sucks. It sucks for you, and I know it sucks, but you're here. So thank you for your time, because it's apparently worth a lot of money. Your time is so valuable. I have so much time in the world. I can do anything I want to do. So I'm going to go over here and do this and yeah, okay. Sure. Sure, rich guy. Good job, man. Way to go. What a joke. If you've ever actually been around rich people before, guys, they don't even bother with media. They don't bother with news. I wasn't going to say this, but I had a CEO reach out to me and ask me to talk with him the other day, of a company. I'm not going to give any details because I really don't want to. I think it's kind of wrong for me to talk about that kind of stuff. But I had a CEO reach out for me from a company he just recently became CEO of. He wants to know a little bit about some of the semiconductor industry experience that I have to kind of help him out with what it is that he's doing and how he's making money. And I'm telling you right now, we were kind of having a little bit of a conversation, and I was talking to him about the market and how typically speaking in the semiconductor field, it does usually tell you when there's bear markets coming and when there's bull markets that are coming well in advance because those industries know because of their chip orders. And he actually said to me, I don't pay attention to the market. I don't. This is a CEO, guys, a CEO of a company. And he says, I don't pay attention to the market. Do you know why he doesn't pay attention to the market? It's because he pays somebody else to actually pay attention to the market. He doesn't give two shits about what's going on. People who actually have money, they don't really care about that kind of stuff. They pay people to actually make their money for them. So, I'm just telling you guys, that's how it works in life. If you want to know, the rich people aren't really paying attention to this kind of stuff. They really don't care. And they certainly wouldn't be here making comments. Wall Street says Casey doing live streams while his wife pays the bills. I love that, man. She's awesome. She's really, really awesome, dude. Uh, I wish everybody in this world had somebody that supported them as much as my wife does. She's amazing. When you have a dream and when you have a drive, and somebody who supports you recognizes those kind of things, and then they stand behind it, you know you're with the right person. Because truly and honestly, who wants to be living with somebody or being with somebody who doesn't support you when you're trying to go through something that you're working on, that you believe in? And I have one of those. I have one. I have a wonderful wife, and she is paying the bills. You're absolutely right. And it makes me a rich person, more than you could possibly imagine. I wish everybody was as lucky as I am. I really do. Peter says, "Give that lady a raise." She got one not too long ago. She's doing good. You saw what I did. I went out and bought fire extinguishers for her so she could get extra points on her work survey. I believe in her too. I believe in her. It's like, she texted me. She's like, "Hey, do we have a fire extinguisher?" I'm like, no. It's kind of funny when your wife asks you if you have a fire extinguisher. It's like, no, yeah, we don't have one of those. So she's like, "Oh, how much do they cost?" And I'm like, "You want me to go get one, or what's going on?" She's like, "Oh, well, I get extra points on my work survey if we have a fire extinguisher or if we're gonna buy one." I'm like, "Oh, okay, cool. I'll go out and buy two." So I went and got two of them. Got her some points on her work survey. Yeah. Hold on a second, Doug. Let me look real quick here. You keep referring to time, but I'm telling you, man, it means nothing. Let's see, 29 days on the last cycle. And the cycle before that was 34 days. Nana Abe says, "Casey, we love you and your wife." I know you guys do. And trust me, Wall Street, he can't get to me like that. He thinks he can get to me by making fun of me or trying to put me down in a way that that makes me feel like I'm less of a man. But I'm accomplishing something here, and he just doesn't see the bigger picture of what it is that I'm trying to accomplish. But that's just again, it just kind of adds to the idea of how worthless it is that his meaning is behind what he's doing. But he's got a mission. Nobody can disagree with that. He's definitely on a mission. Joe Dirt says, "Vote." Right now, he's just attacking me, guys, and I'm not afraid to defend myself, and I don't have a problem with it. But if you guys really want to put it at a vote, I will. But now I've got two people saying vote. Three people, four people. All right, all right. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. I'll put it to a vote, guys. But I just want you to recognize that he's not hurting us. Let's see here. Should Wall Street be banned? All right. There you go. I'll put the vote up here for 10 to 20 minutes. It's not my choice, Wall Street. Wall Street, if it were my choice, I would keep you here unless you were harassing other people, but you're only harassing me, so. No, those were bang phases, Doug. I gave you numbers for bang phases for the last two. It's laughable, guys. That's the best part. It's laughable. It kind of makes it entertaining for me. I mean, he legit has like oh, Wall Street, you got 69%. That was nice. It was for a second there you had 60. I don't know. For me, it's entertaining, but I don't know. For you guys, it's probably. But at least I'll tell you what, though. At least Wall Street had the decency to come and uh, insult me in front of my face. Yesterday, he came when I left to purposely while I was on my break to say negative things. But you know, at least he's doing it to my face today. And I'd rather that. I'd rather him come in here and attack me straight on. Mitch says if he attacks you, he attacks all of us. I don't feel like it. Lucas says, Casey, what are the bang phases? All right, so I think if you go to the description box, I hate to do this to you, the Lucas, but if you go to the description box in there, you'll see a link to Suck, Squeeze, Bang, Blow. And yes, I know it's misspelled on the on the original post that's in there. It's Suck, Squez, Bang, Blow. I got done writing it and didn't realize I had missed the U in there, and posted it and didn't care to recorrect it. But there is a link to what it is, and it's a cool story. But make sure you got time to sit down and read it because it's going to take you a few minutes to go through. Salty Dog says, "I agree, entertaining." I mean, that's how I feel. It doesn't hurt me at all, but whatever. Jimmy Cap says, "Can I have a mail-in ballot?" I don't know. It depends. Are you gonna have any hanging chads? Who came up with? Do you ever wonder those kind of things? Like, who in the world came up with the idea that it was called a hanging chad? Like, what, why Chad? Where does that come from? Like, what the heck? Why do we call it a Chad? Oh, Wall Street man. Now you're insulting everybody here. Now you're insulting everybody. So, I was gonna let the vote go until after I had the numbers done for 11 o'clock, and then make a decision. But I'm just gonna end the poll now and just say that I think you need some time to cool off, man. I think you need some cool off time. We'll see you when you get your new account created. I know you'll be back because you're a rich guy. You rich guys, you just love to come and harass people. That's the best part is that I can predict that he's going to be back and he will because I live rent free in his head. Like all of us legitimately live rent free in his head, and it just is beyond him that he has to go out and create new accounts and then come back. It's just insanity. It really is. Flathead, just a tip for the future. It's super obvious when it's you when the accounts are creating always lack a account pick. That's not Ethan. I don't know if I would say that. That's not one of the things that I look at. It's really just how he talks. There's a level of intelligence that's there that is hard to ignore. Hard to ignore. That level of intelligence it's blaringly obvious. But hey, who am I to judge? I am the guy that eats crayons, so can't even say the word right. Crowns, crayon. I don't know. I don't care. Well, I didn't want to say that, Ethan, but Yo says, okay, Yo's gonna teach me here for a second, guys. Hold on a second. Casey, Chad, harkens back to the telegraph days. Also, old ass CNC machines used tapes to run programs. The Chad is the punched out portion. I understand that, but why Chad though? Like, why specifically Chad? Why couldn't it be a dingle or a hanger? Why couldn't it be a hanger or a connecty bob? Why does it gotta be a Chad? I don't understand that. And of course, I'm sure you're trying to tell me it has to do with the telegraph days, but I don't understand the link though. I'm sure there's some story behind it. Was there a Chad that was hung sometime? I don't know. Dingle sounds better. It's Chad is code for 3814. Well, now I got to look up what you. Hold on a second here. Now I got to look that up. Doug's saying 3814. What is it? Chad 3814. Now I got to look this up. Hold on a second. Why does that actually show up as something? This is why I'm doomed. With ADD, this is why I'm doomed. Because I get hung up on stupid things like this. I really, truly, and honestly get hung. Like I would probably spend like 15 minutes of my break looking up something stupid like a 3814 Chad, which is a map location, astronaut photo SL4 138 3814 Chad. I don't know what it is. MC Chad. There's like so many references to 3814 Chad. It's not even funny. What the heck is it? Ugh, I don't even want to go down that rabbit hole. That's just it's gonna cause me all kinds of pain in the head. Count the alphabet. Doug, just tell me straight up, man. From the alphabet. Oh, okay, got it. Okay, got it. I get you. 3814. Got it, Chad. Joe Dirt says, watch the launch now. SpaceX. I can't stream the stuff, man. I usually get shut down for that stuff. Crayolas. All right, it's time to take a look at the numbers, guys. I can't do it, Joe. I want to. I want to look, but I can't. I got you. I'm on to what you're saying. I'm catching what you're dishing. I think. I mean, I know the letters matching the alphabet. I get it. I mean, I get it. Should have realized what that was pretty quickly. Let me take you guys over to the other page. We're going to take a look at the numbers one last time here before I go to break, and let's see what we got going on here. I have gotten blown up today on text messages. I have not looked at it, and I need to. Oh, hold on a second here. All right, let's see. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it. It could prevent somebody from being in your. It could prevent a Chad from getting into your account. Oh, come on, Fidelity. Like I put in my code and then it's like, oh no, we couldn't get in. Okay, I just refreshed and it's all good. But yeah, it could help keep somebody out of your account, and that's a good thing, right? You know, you don't want anybody getting into your account. No Chads in your accounts. While you're setting it up, make sure you have a secondary phone number you can send the code to, as that would always be helpful. But let's take a look at what we got going on here for these numbers. And remember that I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the Big Tramp backup on the screen again. Off exchange an hour ago for AMC was at 53.21, EDGX at 13.99, is now showing up at 55.10 and 12.88 through the EDGX for a total of 67.98%. Now, do note, I want you guys to remember that we've tripped SSR for both AMC and Ape for the day today. Typically, not always, typically, Imagine that off exchange is a shield to price discovery, as well as tripping SSR is almost a force field to price discovery because they're allowed to create liquidity at a short exempt volume, and so therefore what ends up resulting is the fact that you see less shield usage because you've got a shield all of a sudden. Like, why would you use a shield, or why would you use it? Yeah, why would you use a shield when you have a force field? Who cares about a shield? Carry dual weapons. Anybody who's a gamer knows what I'm talking about. But anyways, you got a shield, or a force field. So I would expect to see off exchange volume start to drop in usage, but right now it's still showing a really high amount at 67.98% for AMC. Let's take a look at Ape. On Ape, we've got 57.52 through the off exchange and 10.7 through EDGX, which is a total of 68.22. An hour ago, that was 70% if you remember correctly. So that's already dropped like 2% since it's tripped SSR. So not a whole lot of off exchange usage is coming down. Taking a look at Ortex. An hour ago for AMC, there was a total of 262,000 shares having been returned. It's now a borrowing of 726,000 shares. That's going to have the effect of actually it changed nothing. I'm looking at the short share interest of the free float. It looks like the same value as an hour ago. It should have raised the short share interest of the free float, but it didn't. It's still at 19.25%. Cost per hour average is at 22.73. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is up by 500,000 shares to 185.77 million shares, which I believe 154,000 of that, roughly estimating, was new short interest. Taking a look at Ape. An hour ago on Ape, there was a return of 199,000 shares. It's now a borrowing of 320,000 shares. That's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 7.7%. Cost per hour average is at 6.38. Did I mention what cost per hour average was on AMC? It was 22.73. It's down by about 5%. I don't think I mentioned it. Shares on loan for the day-to-day on Ape is up 1.8 million shares, all in short interest day over day to 27.31 million. And let's see here, taking a look at options. As of an hour ago, the highest amount of call options was at a $8 strike price with 5.8 thousand contracts. Let's see here. It's dropped to $7.50 now instead of $8, with 8,000 contracts. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $7 strike. It went from 5.6 to 6.3. Market kind of indicating that we may see a closing price of AMC somewhere between $7 and $7.50. What is the combined price of AMC and Ape? It's currently $9.69. We were in a descending parallel channel. We broke down out of this right here. I'm gonna change the time scale to this. This pattern did not hold up at all, and I was trying to draw it based off of yesterday's numbers. It's very, very rare to see these patterns hold through aftermarket hours, and since it did look like there was a pattern here forming, I went ahead and drew it out. This didn't work the way that it was supposed to, and if you look at this on a larger time scale, which I'm going to draw out here in just a second, I'll show you what's going to happen. More than likely, this is a flag and pennant situation going on right now. So if we come back out to perhaps maybe like an hour time scale, let's get rid of this. So you see the drop here. This looks very, I don't know if you guys remember back in March but it looks very, very familiar to what we saw back in March, where there's a very sharp rise in price for a very short period of time, followed by an immediate return back to where it came from in an equally short amount of time. If I take this back out to the daily, I can show it. Actually, I might be able to show it to you on the hourly. Hold on a second. Yeah, I think I can. Maybe. How far back is it going to let me go? Oh, this is combined AMC and Ape. I would have to go back to AMC and show you guys. I'll show you here in just a minute. But we've seen this before. So likely what I'm expecting to have happen with this though is on something like this. Let me go back down to a 30-minute interval and see if I can still see. Okay, I feel like the hour is probably the best. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hours of downwards momentum, followed by a pennant that will probably equal the same amount of price before moving again, likely down. So we've got 2 hours in so far, so we got 5 more hours left to go, which would put us right about market close for the day today. So whether or not this pattern is going to form is going to be dependent upon likely what's going to happen between now and the end of the day today, as to whether or not we're going to continue to move downwards tomorrow. Or what could happen is a double top. We will have to wait and see. As it stands, we're on a pretty aggressive upwards triangle, which should break out of this probably somewhere around there, going down. That is the combined price of AMC and Ape. Currently at $9.71. Orders by Fidelity customers. Just looking for AMC, Ape, and GME. Those that were not on the top 30 list today. Still not on the top 30 list. Like I said before, SSR triggered for both AMC and Ape. 705 was the triggered point price point for SSR on AMC, and on Ape it was 2.466. Shares available to borrow in the last hour. No changes. Yeah, no changes. Fees are 18.6%. NASDAQ is down 1.26, Dow Jones is down 0.65, and the S&P 500 is down 0.88. We currently have 4,972 decliners to 1,915 advancers. The market's still cooking with bacon, or this is not bacon grease. This is hot lava. This market is still cooking with hot lava, but it does seem to be heading up a little bit here. We're getting a little more, a few more advancers than we had earlier this morning. It might be attempting to try and swing back the other direction. VIX is up 1.27, which is down from what it was an hour ago. VTI is down 0.89, IWD down 0.89, Tesla's up, or sorry, rather down 5%, Amazon is down 1%, Cinemark down 4.01, Doge is down 1.95, Bitcoin down 1.07, GME is down 4.86, HYMC is down 8.58, Hood is up 0.32, NCMI is down 8.01, Ape is down 9.31, and AMC is down 7.55. Inflow versus outflow. $800,000 roughly more in outflow than inflow for the day today, with 10.97 million shares. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. Let's see here. 162 minutes of trading. We're on pace for 26.5 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 10 and 30 million. We're going to continue to see that to drop further. It might be just a little over 20 million shares by the end of the day today. Taking a look on the hourly, we have more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 45.13, which is just slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 40.19, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.72, which is above average. On Ape, we currently have $30,000 more roughly in outflow than inflow, with 4.77 million shares traded for the day today, putting us on pace for 11.35 million shares by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 5 and 25 million. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 33.25, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 30.96, which is below average and almost signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.16, which is below average. We've been trading sideways for the most part on Ape, even though I had what appeared to be a signal for a bearish triangle. Price is pretty much just trading sideways right now. Almost as if the market's just unwilling to move in any specific direction. It's just kind of holding its place. Volatility massively dropping to hold this price right where it's at. On AMC, same deal. I had a bullish triangle here. It did look like it broke out right at the very end of my box on the breakout to the bull side, which was something I kind of was predicting as it was pretty much happening. And price is moving up to the top side on this. We are seeing a little bit of a push up here. Price is at $7.30. I'm going to leave this lower trend line on here. I'd like to see some consolidation at just above 727 before seeing another push upwards. Volatility is starting to increase on AMC though. I mean, Lucas, based off of what I'm seeing in Ichimoto, I see what appears to be more bearish moves until perhaps like Friday-ish, maybe. But yeah, looking at the Ichimoto clouds, I don't see enough buying pressure there to push us through the cloud. And that's going to be the critical part, is to get through the cloud to see more buying volume coming in from outside sources to support price moving upwards. Othersing says the Crew 5 floating in space now, success. Hey, MCon, it's okay to say that. It's okay to say it's a crappy day. Backyard Boogie says, "How's the day going? It looks like a market-wide crap fest. That's what it looks like. It looks like a market-wide correction from yesterday's movements. That's what it looks like." Yo says not trying to push hopium, but bear in mind that this thing could go at any time they are in deep. Arthur says, I ain't scared, no ghost. And he didn't say that. He just says, I ain't scared. Scared. Darren, it's okay to say HYMC. I allow that one because um, it is after all part of AMC ownership, so it's related. Yeah, I'll pull it up. Let's take a look at it. My oh my. I've got this expanded out as large as oh, I'm on a 5-minute scale, that's why. I was like, I've got this thing expanded all the way out and I can't even see the price movements. Nope. I have it all the way expanded out on a 1 minute too, and it's just dead. Sideways trading. Look at that. Look at the Bollinger Band. I don't think I've ever seen this. Look at the Bollinger Bands from how many minutes is this? How much trading occurred in here? We had what? This is insanity. Look at all right. So wow, wow. Um, that's insane. There's volume trading at zero price change. Nothing but just exchanges of shares. No, it's like it's just that's it. It's neutral share trading. Minutes upon minutes of this. From 11:31s to 12 o'clock, there was 1 minute in there where there was a little bit of a price change. That's insanity. Wow. You want to know what an insolvent market looks like? This is it. What is going on here? Let's go back and look at the trades. How far back do I got to go? What time is this? 11:31 to 12 o'clock. And yet it shows trades going through green and red for essentially the same price. That's insane. TRFs. Every single one of these trades are going through TRF. Not all of it. Nope. Some's going through NAS, PSX. Somebody's changing positions and they're giving somebody the baggage. That's what this is. Somebody's probably Credit Suisse. Probably Credit Suisse is handing off the baggage to somebody else and somebody else is taking it on. That's nutty. Wow. That's insane. It's China. It's China, guys. It's China. That's what it is. It's China. Uh, Justin, I'll probably avoid that. Yeah. Tom says nothing to see here, guys. Let's just keep it moving. Keep it moving. Move along. Move along. Oh man, that's so nutty. I just can't even. It's moving, but it's not moving. It makes me wonder, like, if you truly and honestly wanted to see corruption in a market, right? Like if you were to go over here to HYMC and buy a share during any one of these minutes in here where it was showing trades that we're going through, if you were to buy at market if you were to buy the ask, right? Slap the ask. If you were to slap the ask during any one of these minutes and your shares purchased at even price at 68 cents a share, uh, instead of actually buying the ask, then I mean it would be undoubtedly profound proof that your market order was being basically set to the side so that somebody could scalp it. Yeah, there's a lot of hearts. What did Nana Ape say? Everybody's saying love at somebody. Hold on a second here. I gotta go back up and read. Wow. Is that really true, Lucas? OPEC announced they will decrease oil output by 2 million barrels a day. I mean, I quite honestly don't know if that's a lot or if that's a little, but the idea that they would decrease output in a time where the markets are where prices are already starting to go up is going to put a lot of strain on it. Man, NATO needs to go talk to OPEC. You know, screw NATO talking to our feds about whether or not interest rates need to go up. They need to go talk to OPEC and say, OPEC, you need to you need to start manufacturing some more oil, selling more oil, because this isn't working for us. Wow. Ethan says it's double what people were expecting. I don't really keep up on oil too much, so that's insanity. That's going to cause gas prices to shoot through the roof again, guys. And you know that the interesting thing is that even though that it takes time for those prices to hit the gas pump, it doesn't, because you know they're always changing prices immediately on news like that. So we're going to see it pretty quickly. The Lucas says that's a lot. Saudi Arabia and Russia agreed it. America said there will be repercussions and called it hostile. It is. It is hostile. Nana, what's going on? I feel like everybody started throwing out hearts and saying your name and Grandpa Barney's name. What's going on here? Is everything okay? I feel like I missed something in a message up above. I want to make sure everything's all right. What's going on? I'm scrolling back up here to see. I just hope everything's okay. Those hearts they throw me off. It's hard for me to read in between hearts. They are cutting production due to the price cap imposed by NATO. Guys, this doesn't get this is getting spicy. This is really getting spicy. Everybody's really putting their thumbs down on everybody's sore spots. Like if you ever get a shot and you know, then you got like a family member, because it's me, by the way, I'm the guy that would do this. Your family member says, "Hey, which arm did you get that shot in?" And then they tell you, and then you punch them in the arm. That's what's going on right now. We got a lot of punching in the arm of where everybody's getting shots right now in the arms, and we got a lot of messed up family members punching people in the arms right now. Casey Biden said he will release 10 million barrels from the strategic stockpile. Man, how long is he going to be able to dive into that for? Okay, you guys are good. All right, I just want to make sure. All right, I just want to make sure because when I see hearts coming out and I feel like I feel like something's wrong. People are loving on somebody extra, and it's like, oh, something must have happened. Cash says spicy. It is. It is. It's getting spicy, man. I would never slap the fresh tattoo. That I would not do that. I have a tattoo. I would not do that. Everybody's gotten shots before, and it's fun to punch somebody especially like when you go get that tetanus shot and it's still hurting afterwards, for like a day or two, and it's got that like stiff arm feeling, and you're just like, here, let me punch it for you. That's something you do to your siblings, or your wife. What did Ethan say? We have 300 million barrels left, if I recall correctly. I pulled it up not too long ago, Ethan, to kind of show everybody how much oil we've tapped into so far, and I don't recall what it was off the top of my head, but that sounds right. I think that sounds right to me. I don't know. I have to go look it up here. I had it pulled up. Hold on a second. Maybe I still have it. Hold on a second. I gotta put this away real quick here. Hold on a second. Let's see here. I was kind of sitting back in my chair. It's 11:30. I need to go to break, but let me see if I can pull this up here. Reserve, Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Inventory, SPR inventory. All right, let's see here. So I'm going to the Department of Energy's weekly U.S. ending stocks of crude oil in the reserves. This is 1982 numbers. Why the heck are we looking at 80s? Let's go down to the 2000s. I gotta look at the headers. Okay, it moves the headers for me. Week 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, all right. I found the numbers. It looks like for the month of September, week ending 9/23, it looks like we had 422, and I'm gonna guess that that's millions of barrels. Let me just verify that real quick. Looks like 422.538 or is it 538? 583. Sorry. Let me just make sure this is in millions of barrels. Oh, nope, it's in thousands of barrels. All right, that's how many thousands of barrels we have. 422.5383 thousand barrels. 422. And I've got a graph for you if you want to see it. This is, I'll go ahead and link you guys this website in case you want to check it out. There you go. There it is right there. The U.S. ending stocks of crude oil and SPR. And then, come on, go over. There's your value right there. Stocks of crude oil and SPR, 422,583 thousand barrels. So he's saying he's going to go 10 million in. That can't be right then. So that doesn't, because that doesn't make sense. If he's gonna release 10 million barrels, that seems too high. Because it doesn't seem like we have that many that many in there. So there must be some kind of number translation that we're not either I'm not understanding or um, yeah, but it's already been done once though, yo. I mean, you can already see it's already been done once. He started selling off the strategic stockpile to China. Oh, yeah, Ethan's right. I don't know why. You're absolutely right, Ethan. I'm drawing a blank because your name says blank right there. You know, you're right. It is 422 million. So he's going to get rid of a pretty small fraction, of that. Wait, what? That's a weird tit pick. Arthur says, Casey, you got used to Biden math. I know, right? If it's in thousands of barrels, then yeah, that's what that is. That's correct. 422 million. So 10 million barrels is not going to be a whole lot. The question is if they're going to cut. You said they were going to cut by. Scrolling up here. Hold on a second. I don't remember the number. Two million barrels a day. If it's do I dare say it? Are you guys about ready to be hot cotched? Do I dare say it? Here we go. If they're working on 5-day work weeks, that's essentially that's going to be well, it's only 1 week really. It's only 1 week. I was going to say 2 weeks, but it's 1 week. That'll get us through one week if he releases 10 million. 5 days. Yep. I was going to say 2 weeks, but it is only 5 days. So good luck helping us out there. Just for reference purposes, guys, the last time we've seen a low this low in the strategic reserve was back on 1984. 1984 was the last time we saw this many thousands of barrels low, and he's going to start tapping into some more. So for 422 now, and we're going to take it down to 412. The last time since then would have been July of 1984. So we're heading back to 1984 levels of petroleum in our strategic stockpile. Yay! I'm gonna keep this. I'm gonna keep this open. I have so many tabs open. I shouldn't do it, but I'm gonna keep that open there. That's gonna be fun. Good times. 1984. I remember 1984. Maybe I should play a song for 1984. I'm gonna look up hit songs in 1984. Maybe we can find something in relation to gasoline for tomorrow. Tomorrow's gonna be an 80s day, guys. Tomorrow is an 80s day for gasoline. It's already. Dr. Zena says 1984. Gee, what a coincidence. I'm gonna read that book eventually, man. I am gonna read that book eventually. Hayden says I got my private pilot's license. I would have assumed that you already had it. I would hope. Tom says Casey Van Halen 1984. I don't I don't know, man. I'll think about it. Sometimes I kind of like to just wing it, and I don't know. We'll see. Dude, Lucas, I'm 60 or 60. I'm 46 years old. Myself's got me saying 64 now because he's reversed it on me and it's screwing me up. But yeah, I'm 46 years old, and yes, 80s music is what I grew up on. When Doves Cry, Prince wrote 1984. You wants that one. I don't know. I'll look at a list. Let's see what's. Actually, I'm gonna pull up the list right now. Let's see. Who needs break? Let's see. Top songs of 1984. Good year, by the way. Good year. Let's see what we got here. Self Control. You might think. Let's hear it for the boy, the warrior, the glamorous life. Hold Me Now. Oh, hold me now. Oh, I like that song. That's a good song. Almost Paradise. Wake Me Up Before You Go Go. What's Love Got to Do with It? Head Over Heels, Round and Round, Better to Be Good, Caribbean Queen, Two Tribes, Breaking There's No Stopping Us. Ooh, that might be a good one. Breaking There's No Stopping Us. That might be a good one for 1984. Wait, hold on a second. I gotta go back and listen to this. Hold up. Wait, no. I'll go listen on my break. I'm gonna go to break, guys, and I'm gonna go listen to this song and see. That might actually be a winner right there. Sammy Boy says, "You're 10 years my senior, Casey. 80s music rules." It does, man. It totally rules. All right. Let me go put on some music for you guys and take my break. I'll see you guys in just a little bit. I'm gonna come back at 12:20 because I'm kind of leaving a little late here. I'll be back.
Looking to take your content to the next level? Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to premium tracks for only $6.99 a month. So what are you waiting for? Go premium now.
Love Upbeat? Upgrade to Premium for just $6.99 a month to get unlimited downloads, premium tracks, and whitelist your YouTube channel. Unleash your creativity with Upbeat Premium.
So that song right there was called The Achievement, and it's so crazy. Like, I was literally watching a video as I walked up back to the computer here, and I just want to play you guys the beginning of this video so that you can hear it. Uh, I don't know how this stuff happens. I was watching this video, it was completely unrelated to this song before it was playing for you guys, but listen to this. Tell me that's not the same song. This is a YouTube video, totally non-related to what I'm playing for you guys. It's the same freaking song. Legit, the same exact freaking song in the YouTube video I was watching just before I came up. You guys hear this song every single day in the playlist here, but this was a non-related. Yeah, it was really weird because I turned off the video and I heard my headset playing the music still, and I thought somehow my phone had managed to send the video over to the computer and accidentally was playing. I was like, started freaking out. I was like, holy crap, what's going on here? We're like, how in the world did it just port over? Did I click on something by accident? And I have no idea how I accidentally did it. But let me tell you what it is I was watching. Wait till you guys hear what I was watching. I was watching something called Spin Launch Suborbital Accelerator First Launch. I don't know if you guys have heard about this or not before. They're trying to launch stuff into space by spinning it really quickly and then just kinetic or not kinetic energy. What kind of energy is that called? That's called, I don't know what that is. I forgot. Motion energy, and just sending it out into space without any kind of like launching system. It's just simply just spinning it, centrifugal force, and then spinning it and then sending it out into space. And legit, like, I'm sitting here watching this and video, and I come back and then that song was playing for you guys as that was happening. Same exact song they used for that video. Really kind of crazy. Photosynthesis. It is the same song. It's not even, it is the same song. It's the exact same song. That's really strange. Somebody said simulation confirmed. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the chances are that I would be watching a video with the same exact song playing in it that somebody used for this company. I don't even know what the name of this company is. Let's see here. They call their thing the orbital accelerator. It's crazy. Spin Launch. I think that's the name of the company. Kind of weird. Sounds the same to me, dentist office music. Kind of, right? Darren says, interesting fact, Texas has 18 billion barrels of potential oil reserves. Alberta has 331 billion, and all you need is a Keystone pipeline of some sort to get it. Sucks that someone canceled that. Jay Linus says, you guys were talking about 80s tune. I'm literally Daryl Hall's carpenter. Maybe I can't go for that. No, can do. Back to work. Lucas says AMC and Spy both making runs back up and hammer candles bullish sign. Centrifugal force. I can't say it. I can't say it. For some reason I can't say it. It's really, I know it's not how you say it, but centrifuge. Centrifugal. Centrifugal. I can't say it. Oh, repo numbers. Scroll up. Casey, we need a leader. This issue with gas should be happening if we had a true leader. Yeah. Our whole government needs an overhaul, man. Everything. Thick says, I already got into that yesterday. I don't want to get into politics again today. Repo for today is 2.23 trillion with 102 counterparties, previous 2.233. So almost the same thing day over day with 105 counterparties yesterday. So less counterparties, same amount. Let's take a look at our numbers. Let me get rid of the message you got up on the screen here first. Oops. I'm not smart enough for that, Mitch, but maybe I'll get there someday. Maybe one day I'll grow up. Maybe one day I'll grow up and and then I'll I'll be a real boy. I got some, maybe I got some learning to do first, and then maybe I can get that out of the way, and then we'll talk about it. But until then, just ideas. I need to accomplish some more things in life, more successful things. I need to change the world some more in other ways. Most of our presidents aren't smart enough. I need to change the world in some other ways first. Let's start with the market first, and then we'll move from there. We'll change it together. How's that sound? We'll change it together. We're gonna take over and start making changes happen. Believe it or not, I'm actually not even kidding. I think we will. I think apes will absolutely start making changes in this world. Ones that will probably be for the best. We'll get there, one change at a time. We will make it happen. All right, let's take a look at our numbers, guys. Let me pull up this and one more page, and then I'll start the numbers here. Remember, guys, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, provided that I'm not, if you don't see the big tramp, then I'm not going to be able to see it. We definitely did rise back up in price today. I kind of expected a little bit something like this earlier this morning. I mentioned to you guys we'd probably run down, trip the SSR, and start running back up again. I kind of expected us to kind of hold support at $10, but mentioned that we could potentially, if we fall below that, head down, trip SSR, and then hold that $10 range afterwards. I'll show you here in a minute how that panned out for us, or how it's panning out for us. But let's first take a look at what we got going on with something a little more simple with off exchange. 55.10 an hour ago for AMC and 12.88 on the EDGX. We have now 56.29 and 11.49 for EDGX, which is a grand total of 67.78% of those two exchanges having all of our volume. Those are definitely elevated numbers. On Ape, we've got 57.36 and 9.36 for a grand total 66.72%. That's actually kind of, I would expect to see the day kind of end somewhere around there. That's kind of a normal amount of volume. Taking a look at Ortex, let's see, as of an hour ago, there was a reporting of 726,000 shares having been borrowed. It is now reporting 835. It's not too big of an increase, so probably not going to see a whole lot of change. But hold on a second here. It is showing 19.27% estimated short share interest at the free float. Cost to borrow average is at 23.33. Shares on loan is 185.77 million shares. We currently have 500,000. I smell smoke in my house. Ironic. I just got a fire extinguisher. What are the chances? I really do. Oh, that's my next door neighbor. It's got to be my next door neighbor. He's got to be barbecuing. It smells like smoke, a smoker. Yep, it's probably leaking in through the windows. Sorry. Squirrel. Barbecue. Taking a look at it, shares on loan day over day, it was an increase of 500,000 shares on AMC. 154,000 of that was I'm guesstimating it to be a new short interest that was created. And taking a look at Ape, an hour ago there was 320,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now a return of 1.94 million shares. 1.94 million. That's going to lower the short share interest of the free float to 7.48%. Cost of our average is at 6.36. Shares on loan for the day today are up day over day by 1.8 million new shares in short interest. As you can well imagine, with that new short interest that was created, that $1.8 million worth of new short interest, with the price dropping suddenly today, those positions are probably going to be closing out. And as you can see, about 1.94 million shares have been returned so far. That's really darn close to the 1.8 million. Somebody made some money on that drop down right there, and so you could almost expect that was kind of a planned event to drop the market to that value, generate some quick cash on that drop, and then let the market run again. So somebody was making cash on this drop down. This is an intentional drop. And it's pretty obvious as of right now. Taking a look, let's see here. Taking a look at options. Man, the smoke smell is really strong today. I'm going to have to go outside and just check and verify real quick here in a minute. It's really getting strong. Like giving me headache kind of strong. On the options, an hour ago, the highest amount of yeah, I'm just not going to be able to think about anything else until I go look at this. Give me a second, guys. I got to go check this out. My brain's just not, it's going to shut down until I look this. I'll be right back. Yep, that's exactly what it was. Is the neighbor starting to starting to smoker. Somebody's having some barbecue. All right, it smells good, but it also smells dangerous if it's in your house. But it is really strong. It must be pouring like right in through the windows. His smoker's not more than probably about 20 feet away from my window. Let's see here. Taking you back to the other page. Sorry about that. There's no way I was going to be able to focus on anything other than that until I looked. Taking a look at the options. Let's start back there again. All right. At a $7.50 strike price, an hour ago there was 8,000 contracts. There's now 12.4 thousand contracts. On puts, highest amount of volume was at a $7 strike price an hour ago. There were 6.3 thousand contracts. There's now 9,000. So market's still kind of indicating AMC closing price for the day-to-day somewhere between $7 and $7.50. Let's take a look and see where we're at here on the combined price for AMC and Ape. We are getting a little bit of a swing down right now at this point in time. We went down and touched 954 as the bottom here as we were trending up this very aggressive wedge upwards. We did break out. Looks like about I had my box starting at 1231 and we broke out of this right around 1215, 1216 ish. So I was about 15 minutes behind on the pace here. There is a pretty aggressive run upwards here. You can see that there's flag and pennant situations occurring. One of the things I had mentioned earlier this morning is that it seemed to me like we were on a flag and pennant downwards, meaning that we should see some kind of break at around 5 hours beyond where it started, which would have been 10:30. 5 hours past 10:30 would put you at basically market close. So watch for that. That's still a possibility that this could break down further. Also do note that I had mentioned also before that this is a really crappy looking cup and handle pattern over the last 4 or 5 days. The price to where the price dropped to at 955, I would say is probably too low. Let's see, 10. Let's call that 11, and let's call this. It's like $1. So like it should have only dropped 50 cents. It should have taken this down to maybe like 10:30, but price fell down as low as 955. So I feel like this was just too large of a drop in here. Let's see, 9, 10, 11. No, it's $2. So it would have had to gotten, yeah, it went like 50 cents too far on this drop for this to be a cup and handle. So do watch for that flag and pennant situation that could see where we could see a break heading back down. Although this is pretty. Uh, I would have expected this to just kind of trend sideways or maybe even break down out of this wedge here sideways, and it didn't do that. So I don't know if this is even a flag and pennant situation anymore. I really feel like this is something entirely different. I feel like, let me just draw something out here and see if it makes sense. You can see little mini flag pennants being created here as the price was running up here. Um, Let me look something up real quick here. One, two, three, four, five, and then the break. So let's see. 1, 2, 3. There's no 4. 1. I was starting to think maybe a megaphone type pattern. One, two, three, 4. Now I'm gonna keep it at this. I feel like this is like, I don't know. It looks like a cross between like a megaphone and also a. It doesn't have like the classic pattern for a ascending broadening wedge, which is kind of throwing me off a little bit here. On an ascending broadening wedge, you would typically see, unless it was a really big one. I mean, it would have to be like a really big ascending broadening wedge to where the secondary touch points here. Normally, the breakdown to on this pattern would take you back down to the touching point right here for price. So if I were to draw something out, I would say like it would probably run price back down to somewhere around here. At which point you would see, price coming back down here, and then bouncing up and then hitting almost, I guess, probably really close to where we started out the day around 1020. So that's what I'm kind of looking for right now. Watch for a bounce off of watch for the breakdown out of this pattern here down to around like 964 combined price between AMC and Ape, and then a potential run back up, perhaps really close to like 1020 range. I'll actually have to figure out the math on it, and I can tell you about where it should go to. But let's wait and see if this does break down out of this ascending broadening wedge. This one's it just doesn't look like normal. If this was a normal ascending broadening wedge, I would have expected to see this touch point right here touching the top, but it didn't. And instead it's kind of traded sideways, consolidated before reaching the top, so it's kind of throwing me off just a little bit right here. I don't know how else to explain it other than it just doesn't look quite right for me. But I'm just trying to give you guys like a general idea as to where we might be potentially heading to. So to a high degree of certainty, not certainty, but like higher than a 50% ratio. Like we got like a 60% chance this might happen. Kind of thing. So I know 60% doesn't sound that great of a percentage, but it's better than 50. And nobody wants to hear 50-50. It could go up, could go down. I don't know. Nobody knows. 50-50 is not very good. Taking a look at Fidelity orders by customers. We have not had AMC, Ape, or GME listed on the top 30 list here for the day today. Let me give this a quick refresh and see if any of our three stocks made it back onto the list for orders. While Fidelity takes its time on trying to update. Any day now. Come on, Fidelity. You can do it. Oh, or not. All right, we'll come back to that. We did trip SSR for AMC and Ape today. 705 for AMC and 2.466 was for Ape. Shares borrowed in the last hour. It appears that we had approximately 50,000 shares having been borrowed in the last hour. That's going to put us at 400,000 shares borrowed for the day today. Fees went back up from 18.6 to 19.3%. And guess what? I finally got Fidelity back up on orders here. Let's pull that back up. Let's see here. AMC, GME, and Ape. Did they make it back on the list? Any of them? Nope. None of them back on the list. I didn't want to show it to you anyways. NASDAQ is down 0.64, Dow Jones is down 0.2, and the S&P 500 is down 0.35. We currently have a declining market, but it's not nearly as bad as it was earlier, with 4,471 decliners to 2,451 advancers. The VIX is down 0.31, VTI is down 0.41, IWD is down 0.38, Tesla is down 4.3, Amazon is down 0.64, Cinemark is down 3.66, Doge is down 1.59, Bitcoin is down 0.8, GME is down 4.35, HYMC is down 9.01, Hood is up 0.55, NCMI is down 2.9, Ape is down 9.67, and AMC is down 5.81%. Inflow versus outflow on AMC, there's currently $100,000 more outflow than inflow, with 16.28 million shares traded so far after. Holy crap! I'm late doing these numbers today. Let's see here. Let's see, divide by 2 plus 60. 255 minutes of trading so far for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. That puts us on a pace for 24.8 million shares traded by the end of the day today, and I said somewhere between 10 to 30 million, so we are on pace for that. On the hourly time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.86, which is just about average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.49, which is slightly below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.94, which is slightly above average. On Ape, We have $500,000 roughly more in inflow than outflow for the day today, with 7.16 million shares traded after 256 minutes of trading, putting us on pace for 10.9 million shares traded for the day today. I suggested 5 to 25 million. I think I tried to give you guys like a closer prediction on what we would see, and I said maybe somewhere between I think I said somewhere between 10 and 12 or 11 and 12. It might be a little bit lower. We'll see. On the hourly, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 33.58, which is signaling below average and almost signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 33.61, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with tons of crossovers since 11 o'clock this morning on trying to decide which way it's going to move. Currently more buying pressure with an RSI of 44.34, which is slightly below average. So let's see here if I can get an idea as to where price may be moving to. You can see it's definitely testing, and it hasn't even changed from where I drew this line earlier. But it's finding support off of the SSR trigger price of 2.466, bouncing off that and then heading back up towards that very slight ascending support or resistance line that I've got up here. So something's going to break eventually here. Something's going to break and it's going to have to move one direction or the other. You can see from the Bollinger Bands on this that there's a lot of volatility still as price is fluctuating in here. On AMC, it's very, very similar to the pattern that I was kind of talking about earlier with the combined price between AMC and Ape, to where we have what appears to be this pretty strong support line right here, and then if I draw the top side to this, the resistance line, you're going to see that it's not really looking like how I would expect it to look, which is like that. I would expect it to touch here, and in fact, if I had been drawing this earlier, where was I at 12:18? I was on break. So the reason I didn't draw this earlier is because I didn't see this yet. But you can see that there's it broke past that, and so this is where I would draw the ascending broadening wedge. Price should fall out of this and back down to perhaps the $716 range before perhaps driving back up and seeing some newer highs. And I'll tell you what those, we'll calculate that out once we see it break down and hold support right around 716, 717. I'll draw a line in here as well. Until it comes down here, I won't calculate it out and find out what price we should be heading back up to, but it's going to get there's going to be a lot of work here to see this come down and bounce off of 716 and head back up before the end of the day to get to where it needs to get to. But with that, I'm going to show you guys the back of the big tramp. I'm just showing the tramp. I'm showing off my tramp. Captain Awesome, it's good to see you. By Vert. Captain Awesome says, I see that in the order book has a 0.0001 on the bid side for Vert. Who is that supposed to be and what's up with that? Have you tried looking it up on the internet? Is it an exchange? Let me check it out and see. Nope. I don't know. I'd have to see what it is that you're seeing. I'd have to Splinter says, I think Vert is a penny stock market maker. Hold on a second. Vert is a market maker who specializes in working with distressed companies. Hold on a second here. Distressed companies is the key word there. Vert believes that this is actually a post for something else. Hold on a second. All right. The Vertical Trading Group, LLC, submitted a letter of acceptance waiver and consent in which the firm was censured, fined $25,000, and required to revise its written supervisory procedures regarding the 1% rule, the dissemination of quotations to vendors, monthly order execution information, SEC regulation shows locate requirements, the acceptance of the short sale orders for threshold securities, maintaining identical quotes, market order protection, best execution for block orders, not held orders, and orders with special pricing terms or conditions, reporting the capacity in which trades are executed, ensuring the accuracy of trades reported on. Man, there's a whole list of things that they got hit with. Man, all they got fined was 25,000 for all this. This is insane. I just pulled up the first thing I found when I typed in Vert market maker. Hmm. All right, check this out. Diluters. This is so. Here, I'll just link you guys this. Let's see. I'm in the section listed in here about diluters. If you've been trading penny stocks for some time, you've probably heard the term dilution thrown around quite a bit. Dilution hinders a stock from running and can push the price down as well. Dilution is most noticeable when a market maker shows a certain amount of shares at a specific price, but sells them much more than the amount shown, soaking up size. For example, VFIN may be showing 10,000 shares for sale, but actually selling hundreds of thousands. When I see a market maker who is infamous for dilution on a level 2 screen, it is a red flag. Frequent diluters include but are not limited to VFIN, VNDM, PERT, PERT, and VERT. I view dilution on a level 2 screen the same way I see a resistance level on a chart, price levels that will be hard to break. Interesting. That website is a very interesting read and is something that I'm probably going to have to take some more time looking into a little bit later. Highly recommend clicking on that link and reading that. That's some pretty cool stuff there. Well, you can't, Captain Awesome. You have to go through the whole list. Um, like I'm not sure where you're seeing it at. I'm not. It sounded like you said level 2, right? Let me go back up and see what you said. Where is it at? I noticed Ape's order book has a .0001. So let me go over to Apes and look at it real quick here. Let me see it on the order book. Yeah, so you can't. That's a sell. So if somebody's buying, you'd have to sell into that. Yeah, this is somebody's wanting to buy 100 shares for .0001, and I've heard of this as a way to manipulate. I'm trying to remember exactly how it's been referenced before, but I have heard in the past that that's a way to manipulate the order book by putting in a very low price like that as a limit order. But I'm not sure about the specifics about how that works exactly. Yo says, Casey, can we as shareholders solicit Adamarin to buy Ape off exchange? Um, I don't even. I don't know. I doubt it. Yo, I seriously doubt it because you'd have to get somebody to broker that. Um, whether or not we could solicit Adamarin to just buy shares in general, uh, it's a good question. Savvy says, I just keep buying. One day, my husband's boss won't be laughing at him for allowing me to continue to throw money at this play. It's don't take it personal, Savvy. Never take anything personal like that. It's easy to take personal. But when people just don't know, they don't know, and so they laugh at it because they don't understand what's happening. People oftentimes will laugh at things that they don't understand. Food Dog says Sears is up 440% year to date. Haven't checked in a while. Who's been to Sears lately? Not me. Captain Awesome, it's hard to say. I'm gonna go through that web page that I gave out just a little bit ago, and probably take a better look at that and see. But it seems like something may be happening there. My wife just came down and says something burning. It's the next door neighbor. He's you woke up for that too, didn't you? I don't know where. It's really strong today. I know. I think it's coming through the window or something. Yeah, I know. I thought something was wrong too. That's why I went and checked, and it was actually he's doing barbecuing. He's got the grill or the barbecue smoking. Sorry, hun. Stuff a towel under the door. I'm telling you guys, it's really strong today. She just woke up out of her sleep to come and check out. She came walking down into the kitchen and was looking around to see if there was something going on in here. She probably thought I burned something. Joe Dirt says, just another bong hit. Yo says, I missed an opportunity to say, yeah, this market. It's on fire. I did. I missed a good opportunity. You can see the Bollinger Bands starting to tighten up there on Ape. Let me put the Bollinger Bands back on AMC. Still a lot of volatility on AMC. It probably can come down a little bit further here. They did drop it below the fib of $7.27, and it's finding some resistance there now. So you'll see probably another attempt here to get it down, and then they'll probably touch off of 716. My guess is that they're looking for some more paper hands in here. Very oftentimes when price drops down a tad, if they're trying to look for some weak paper hands. They're fishing for shares. The VIX is down 0.31 at 28.98. I was watching that. I kind of briefly referenced the guy this morning, but I was watching a Charles Payne talking with a gentleman yesterday, and he was saying the key number he's waiting to see the VIX break is 36, and he said it's already broken it before, which it has. VIX broke 36 right back here in let's see, I guess it was May. And then it also broke it back here also in February. But I think we need to get a full candle above 35 is what we need to see. But yeah. Captain Awesome says fishing for shares in a dried up pond. That's how stupid they look. I feel like it's worse than that even. I mean, it's almost like they're it's like they're sitting in a boat with like full on like nets, like Alaskan crab style cages, like throwing cages over the backside of the boat, or big full on nets, and they're in a pond, a dried up pond, like you said. Can you imagine like this big massive boat, fishermen just throwing these nets overboard, nothing, no water, just nothing in there. But they're gonna try still. They're gonna try as much as they possibly can. Good old boys. Good afternoon to you. Yeah, they're gonna try, guys. They are gonna try. All right. It's time to do the numbers again, but I feel like I just got done doing them. But it is time to look. I feel like I need to get back on track to where I was. So let me go through the numbers again, and then I'm going to take another break. I kind of messed up by going late today on my first break, so I apologize about that. But let me get back on track here. Griffin Money says, I have a serious question. Where can I go look for the info to tell if there are shorts still open from when AMC was under current price? Where can I get that information? And I think the best thing you can do is you can just look at short interest. Griffin. So I'm going to take you to another page here, and then show you. Because it really doesn't matter whether there's old short interest or there's new short interest, unless that was all interest that could be closed out if price were to start running immediately. But so all you really got to do is just look at exchange reported short interest. It doesn't really matter if it's old, new, or what. I'm going to pull it up on the page here and just show you that historically speaking, and I'll pull this back to January of last year, exchange reported short interest for AMC was sitting at 37 million shares, and it's this green line that you see here. We're not the highest that we've ever seen. We're sitting at just underneath 100 million as it stands right now of short interest, exchange reported short interest. So it is very high. One thing that you sometimes or oftentimes, and I would actually say that there's more than this that's being reported. This is only what's being self-reported. But one of the things that you can also do is you can look at on loan average age per day. Not all short interest will show up as loans, but some of it, most of what's being reported on this chart is. So in the average age per day, and remember this is average age per day, right? You have no idea how long these loans have been open for, but the average age per day on these loan shares that are out there right now is at 56.91 days. So you could have some that are open for 150 days and some that are open for zero, like it's just open within this last week. And when you look at the average age of all those loans that are sitting there, your average age per day is 56.91. And that's out of all the shares that are on loan currently. So out of the short interest that we have that's open, which is just under 100 million shares, shares on loans at actually 185 million shares, and that makes up the rest of the shares that are being loaned out, and that's where your on loan average age per day comes from. Yes, that's correct. Yes, anything that's open that would be above current price would be in the money, technically, but not necessarily making money. It all depends on um, how long it's been open for, right? Like, say for example, you take out a home loan. Let's say you take out a home loan and you start paying interest on it. Like the longer you have your interest that you're paying on your home loan, the more money you're out, right? You're out more money the longer you continue to loan out the money that you have for your house. Well, same thing goes with short interest. The longer that they hold their position for, the more interest that they're having to pay on those loaned shares, and so they're losing money as they're holding their positions. So while it may technically be in the money to where they could close the position, it's not necessarily making them money. So they couldn't necessarily, they could close it and just lose some money. But the other portion to that, Griffin, that you got to understand is that they got to have shares to return. If they don't have shares to return those loaned shares, unless it's naked shorting, right? But if they don't have shares to return for the short interest that is open, they're not going to be able to close out the positions. So they gotta have. It's two different factors you got to think about. You got to think about how many shares do they need to return if they're going to close those positions, right? They got to find those shares and return them. And then also how long that they've been making or they've been losing money on the interest that they've been paying out on those loans. So there's a multi-tier thing that you're looking at here, and the origination fees. They have origination fees as well for loan shares. So, and they're paying, right now you can see some of the origination fees on like AMC are like 19%, really high numbers. So, for example, if we were to have like a massive run on price, I mean, we've seen several times where price just starts running out of nowhere, like yesterday, right? If price runs massively out of control, and then all of a sudden, next thing you know, they've got most of their inventory now out of the money, they're stuck. They're absolutely just stuck because they're not going to find the shares, number one. And the higher the price goes, assumes infinite losses to the top side. So all I would really do, if just looking at it from our perspective, just look at how much short interest is open, because that's what really is what makes the big difference, is how much short interest there is currently compared to the past. That's what matters. And right now that's sitting at basically 100 million shares on AMC. So let me get to the numbers. That was a really great question. Hopefully that answers some things for you. Nope, there's more questions. Hold on. Let's see. But aren't shares returned every day? They are. There are borrowed shares every single day and shares returned every single day. How would they find the shares? And cost to borrow is yearly, though. So it is, cost to borrow is yearly. That is correct, but fees are not. Origination fees for borrowing of the shares is not a yearly fee. It is a straight up fee right now. It's just like your closing fees on a home, right? I always take it back to home loans because a lot of people are familiar with those. If you want to create an origination fee for loaning of the shares, you've got your fee and then you've got your cost to borrow. And so it's costing them every single time they take out these loans. It's costing them to take them out. 19% straight off the top, and then they get charged a yearly of 20. Right now we're sitting at 26% or something like that. And yes, they are being open and closed on a daily basis. And usually, and this is why I cover the numbers every single morning, Griffin. Usually, the reason that I cover the numbers in the morning is because I like to cover how many shares were open and closed on a daily basis, and knowing how much of those are new versus old, because I monitor that on loan average age per day, and I compare it to where loan movements are happening, right? So if you have, for example, a large return of shares, but the on loan average age per day uh, uh, is still increasing, what does that tell you? It tells you very instantly that the returned shares that just came back from the previous day were all brand new shares. Because if they were old shares, your on loan average age per day would dip. It wouldn't skyrocket, right? Because now you've got your newer loans who are dropping your average off the books, and it's going to cause your on loan day per average, average per day on loan skyrocketing. So it's really important to take a look at those numbers and understand the relationship to what's being returned and what's not being returned. And I look at it every morning, first thing after 30 minutes after market open, and I look at that and kind of discuss it. So hopefully that explains some things for you. Actually, Benjamin, I was talking about that earlier this morning. I think on the combined AMC and Ape as an inverse head and shoulders. Let me pull it back up here real quickly since I've already kind of here on the screen. There was it AMC? Maybe it was AMC and not Ape, or AMC and plus Ape. Hold on a second. Yep, it was AMC plus Ape. I saw a little bit of a shoulder, what seemed like a shoulder here, a potential head here, and was thinking there was a chance we might see another shoulder, but we didn't. We never got that. Never went that direction. So, but let me check AMC because I know you said you didn't say that. Let me check it real quick here. You did say 15-minute. I don't. Well, let's just. Do they even have 15-minute on here? I don't even have 15-minute on here. There it is. Inverse head and shoulder. Let's get rid of all the junk in here so I can actually see what I'm looking at. Let me make sure you said 15-minute because right off the bat I can say I don't see anything. Yeah, you did say 15-minute. All right, let me just check it real quick here and zoom out just a tad. I don't see it. I'm gonna go with a no. I don't see it. I could be blind. It happens. But I'm not seeing it. If I went to the 1 minute, no, I don't see it either. I still see an ascending broadening wedge. Griffin said, or they were unused shares returned, kind of like a fake out. That couldn't happen. I mean, that can happen. I didn't say couldn't. That can happen, yes. I've seen that on a couple occasions where they borrow the shares and then just simply return them. I don't think those are necessarily used for fake outs, and but I should be very, very careful about insinuating what I think those are used for. But I think just by saying that alone is enough to say enough. So just throwing that out there. All right, let's take a look at the numbers, guys. I'm going to go over to the other screen. I'm not going to be able to continue to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those thoughts until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let me log back into my broker and two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could help keeping somebody out of your account that should not be there. While you're setting it up, make sure you set it up with a secondary phone number. In case something happens to your phone number, you can always just you got a backup plan, which is a good idea. Alrighty, let's see what we got going on here. Taking a look at off exchange first, which is right here next to me. 56.29 in the off exchange for AMC an hour ago, and 11.49 through the EDGX. Let's give that a refresh. We're currently at 56.79 off exchange, 10.95 through the EDGX for a grand total 67.74. That's elevated by maybe about almost 2% higher than what I would expect by this time of the day. And for Ape, off exchange is 58.77, EDGX at 9.07 for a grand total 67.84. So very similar numbers, just not, it's balanced differently. Less through the options, more through the off exchanges. Well, they're all off exchanges, but more through more share trades. Share trades versus options trades. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of volume an hour ago for AMC was at a $7.50 strike price for calls. That is still the case. There was 12.4 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 13.7 now. And on puts, $7 strike price is still the highest amount of volume with 9,000 contracts an hour ago, now 9.4. That's, let's see, that's going to, they're still signaling for a closing price on AMC somewhere between $7 and $7.50. And let's take a look at the combined price of AMC and Ape. I did signal earlier a potential ascending broadening wedge on this. I suggested, like I had said before, there's something really kind of funky with this ascending broadening wedge that's going on, like right here. I would have expected this point to touch up to the top here, and it didn't. Something kind of happened right here. I'm kind of thinking that there may have been some kind of level of support that it's going to find here at $9.72. I had drawn a line. Normally in an ascending broadening wedge, the price should fall down and out down to your second touching point on the bottom side of your broadening wedge. And so I drew a line across here. It may have actually found support at $9.72, which is a known Fibonacci retracement support line. If price is going to continue to move up on this, then I would say that let me give you kind of like an idea as to where price can move to. 1 second. So I'm going to take 997 minus the low of 954. So I'm taking the top touch point here, not this one, but this one here, the bottom low point down here, subtracting them, and then multiplying it by 0.61 and adding that value to the top number of $9.97. Oops. Giving us a top of $10.23. I think earlier I said $10.22 where the fib was. Yep, right there's the fib. So we're looking for the top white line on the fib up here at 10.22 for the price movement upwards before the end of the day. If it truly found the support right here, that might be the bounce that we need to get us back up to 10.22 on the combined price between AMC and Ape before the end of the day. Hold on a second here. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only ones I'm looking for on the list, and I don't see they're all off. It looks like the market's moving a lot of orders through a lot of other stocks right now. What does that mean for AMC, GME, and Ape? Nothing in particular. It doesn't mean anything terrible. It just means that the market sees other places that it wants to try and invest money, and we're getting a lot of orders that are outpacing orders that are going through AMC, Ape, and GME. SSR is tripped for the day today on both AMC and Ape. AMC tripped at 705, Ape tripped at 2.466. Shares available to borrow in the last hour. Still showing no change here. 19.8% is the fee for loaning of shares currently. The NASDAQ is down 0.53, Dow Jones is down 0.07, and the S&P 500 is down 0.21. The market's still improving slightly, with only 4,387 decliners now to 2,547 advancers. 2/3 of the market is failing to 1/3 that's doing okay. VIX is down 0.31, VTI is down 0.29, IWD is down 0.28. That kind of tells me that some of our big dogs are the ones that are kind of losing right now. Tesla's down 4.51. We might have mid caps and small caps that are kind of doing okay. Tesla's down 4.53. Amazon down 0.63. Cinemark down 3.86. Doge is down 1.71. Bitcoin down 0.8. GME is down 4.86. HYMC is down 9.86. Hood is breaking even. NCMI is down 3.59. Ape is down 9.49. And AMC is down 7.09. Taking a look at inflow versus outflow, there's currently $200,000 more in inflow than outflow on AMC, with 18.07 million shares having been traded so far. Let's see here. We got 296 minutes of trading so far. I think that's right. Hold on a second. 100. Yeah, that's right. That should be right. Putting us on pace for about 23.83 million shares by the end of the day today. I suggested a pre-market somewhere between 10 and 30 million, so we're looking like we're going to be on pace for that. And taking a look at the hourly time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.81, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.82, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.46, which is below average. On Ape, we have $500,000 more on inflow than outflow. 7.72 million shares having been traded after 120. Or sorry, 297 minutes of trading, putting us on pace for 10.13 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market 5 to 25 million. On an hourly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 34.39, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.09, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, lots more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.76, which is slightly below average. I do have an ascending broadening wedge on AMC as well. We put the Bollinger Bands back up here with lots of volatility. I've got the white line at $7.16 as the bottom to where it should drop to before returning to a new high. Let's go ahead and figure this one out as well. If I had to guess, it's going to be really close to that 760 range there, maybe even 769. Let's calculate it out and see. Same thing right here. I'm going to take the 755 minus the low of 704 times 0.61 and added to 755, giving us 786. So it's actually higher than those numbers. It's going to be way up here. 786 is going to be up here somewhere. So we'll see if we get there before the end of the market. I mean, we only have an hour and a half left of trading. Oftentimes when we get these late ascending broadening wedges that occur, they usually try to get price to trade out sideways if they possibly can, to get the price to just hold and stick there instead of allowing it to rise to where the signal would trade to. And once they get it to trade sideways through the market, the next day kind of resets everything a little bit. Lots of volatility. Very, very interesting. Whereas on Ape, there is none. And with that, guys, it's time for me to head to break again. Thank you, Runscape Killer. Duke of Wall Street says we don't take breaks. That's right. I'm gonna go eat some food. Cause yeah, we don't take breaks around here. Alrighty, guys, let me give you some music and put up the message and not take a break. There's a lot of volatility right now on AMC. Really kind of surprised. Alrighty, see you guys in a bit.
Don't let download limits hold you back. Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to the world's hottest beatmakers and indie artists. Go Premium and get unlimited downloads for just $6.99 a month.
Alrighty, I'm back. Looks like I had you guys on a 5-minute chart on AMC there. I apologize about that. Did anybody notice? Felix says death to hedge funds. So yeah, I don't think any of us can wait for this to be over. I was sitting in a space call. I want to say it was this weekend or sometime last week, Felix, and somebody mentioned in there, and I've actually said the same thing in different kinds of ways. But imagine the idea that the price of AMC got to the point to where um, it wasn't something that you would actually want to consider selling because you just wanted to continue to hold it. And what I mean by that is there's obviously Tesla owners who own Tesla who've had shares for a very long time, and it's only continued to make them money over time, and they like their position, and they may sell from time to time, uh, which is fine. Bitcoin is another good example of if you were in the infancy stages of what could potentially be a Bitcoin, would you be willing to hold for $69,000 a share, and how long would you be able to hold for? Do you think you'd be able to hold out for that? If price did start shooting up large amounts and never actually falling back down in price because people continue to hold through this, I want you to consider that as a possibility. It could become a point to where selling off your entire position or even a large chunk of it may not be the profitable thing to do. But just consider that. I'm not saying that's going to be what definitely happens, but it's always something to consider. Alrighty, I'm gonna go ahead and toast the day here. Remember, guys, if you just get in fights about politics, a lot of people will try to separate us by trying to start fights with politics. And I'm going to tell you right now, what we're doing here is not political. This is something entirely different. If you want to fight about politics, you can. But to be honest with you, it's better to be on the same side and ignore the politics. So let's toast out the day today. And since that's kind of a hot topic right now, politics, and it's going to get hotter. All right, we've got a month more here before we have just everybody and their brother and sister talking about who's getting elected here, there, and where else. I'm going to resort to a toast that was written from BioLife a while back. Let me see if I can find it. A toast. Here's to you, here's to me. Best of apes we will always be. But just in case we disagree, I will say for thee, F.U. Hedgies. Cheers. Rem Taco saying, hello, my man. Casey, been dealing with my two friends that got the vid. It sucks. Yeah, man, I've been through it twice. It does suck. That was a wonderful toast to BioLife. BioLife, I just read your your quote, your little poem there. It's beautiful, man. It's a beautiful toast. I love it. Ah, no, man. I just read off your. Go back a few minutes in the stream. You'll see I said it. You said it so well. Breaks Thor says, Go watch South Park. They knew the choice is always between a douche and a turd sandwich. Oh man, good times. Gotta love those douches and turd sandwiches. All right, it's the last time of the day to take a look at the numbers. I'm gonna take you guys over to the other screen here. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing from here on out until you see the big tramp back on the screen. So if you want me to touch on a subject matter or read it is what you're saying, hold that thought until you see the big tramp back up there. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to get it. It could help keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be there while you're at it. Set up a secondary phone number in case something happens to your primary phone number to retrieve your code to enter into your broker. And I'm getting internal server errors again off of Fidelity. This is the second time today I've had that happen. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. An hour ago for AMC was 56.79. EDGX was at 10.95. It is now 57.79 for off exchange and 10.38 for the EDGX, which is 68.17. That's about 2.17% higher than I would expect for this time of the day. Taking a look at off exchange for Ape, it is currently 56.98 and 9.24 through the EDGX for a grand total 66.22%. That's a little bit higher than what I would expect to see, not too much. It will drop in the aftermarket hours. Vortex. As of an hour ago, there was 835,000 shares having been borrowed for AMC. It's now reporting a borrowing of 380,000 shares. That's going to slightly decrease the estimated short share interest of the free float to 19.22%. Cost to borrow average at 23.63, which is a little bit down from yesterday. Shares on loan is up day over day by about 500,000 shares to 185.77 million shares on loan. I'm estimating about 154,000 of that 500,000 was in new short interest. And taking a look at Ape, an hour ago on Ape, there was a reporting of 1.94 million shares having been returned. It's now 2.52 million shares. That's going to lower the estimated short share interest of the free float to 7.43%. Cost of our average is at 6.35%. And shares on loan day over day was up by 1.8 million shares in new short interest, leaving the shares on loan at 27.31 million shares. Options. An hour ago at a $7.50 strike price was our highest amount of volume. It's now $8 for calls. It went from 13.7 thousand contracts at 7.5 to 15.5 at 8. On puts, highest amount of puts is at a strike price of 7. Went from 9.4 thousand contracts to 9.7. So market kind of looking like it might want to try to close out AMC's price a little bit higher than it's giving a range of $7 to $8, so maybe right around $7.50. Taking a look at the combined price of AMC and Ape, we are currently at $9.92. I suggested earlier that with the ascending broadening wedge, the price failure down and then back up could potentially bring us up to $10.22. We are shy of that as of right now by about 30 cents. 30 cents is what we're off by. So just a little bit low there. Not quite getting the full balance out of that ascending broadening wedge pattern as of yet. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, GME, and Ape have not been on the top 30 list for trades for the day today. Most of the day. A lot of other stocks out there that are getting a lot more orders. SSR trigger price, both SSR for AMC and Ape triggered today. AMC triggered at 705, Ape triggered at 2.466. Shares available to borrow. It doesn't look like there's been any change in the last couple hours. And fees are at 19 point. They were at 19.3. They're starting to creep back up to 19.8%. NASDAQ is up 0.17. Dow Jones is up 0.34. The S&P 500 is up 0.29. We still have more decliners in the market than advancers, with 3,953 decliners to 2,993 advancers. The market is starting to head back towards being green. Surprisingly, earlier I had mentioned that the reason that we were still red, but yet probably more more decliners than advancers, was because the blue chips are probably not doing so hot. But now that the market's green, we have more decliners and advancers. It's probably the opposite, and I'm actually seeing that does appear to be the case. Some of our Russell 1000s are looking like they're doing well because those are up right now. The VIX is down 1.07%. VTI is up 0.23. IWD is up 0.12. Tesla is down 3.03. Amazon is up 0.31. Cinemark is down 2.44. Doge is down 0.85. Bitcoin is down 0.53. GME is down 3.8. HYMC is down 9.87. Hood is up 0.79. NCMI is down 3.02. Ape is down 9.67. And AMC is down 5.17. Inflow versus outflow, we have about $1 million more in inflow than outflow. 20.66 million shares traded. Let's see, 354. We're on pace for 22.7 million shares on AMC to be traded before the end of the day today. I suggested in the pre-market that we would see somewhere between 10 to 30 million, so we're on pace for that. On the hourly, more buying pressure than selling pressure on the Vortex indicator. RSI sitting at 51.66, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure. No, take that back. More selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.21, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 60.65, which is above average. On Ape, there is $500,000 more in inflow than outflow. 9.22 million shares having been traded so far for the day, with a pace of 10.12 million shares traded before the end of the day is the pace that we're on. And on the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 33.52, which is oversold. 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 35.57, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.93, which is average. And let's see here. Man, that's just really nasty looking on Ape. Barcoding big time. Right at that SSR price too. Alrighty, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. I accidentally acquired toe fungus from Chinese beer. Brian says Casey needs a beard trim. I will take that into account and try and go get one this weekend, Brian. Thank you. Jana, how's it going? Just another same old day. Another day, another dollar. I forgot to change this box here. Give me 1 second. That's what Yo said too. Same old, same old. Savvy says SPY is green. Casey, what is your opinion on the fact Ape can be moved down and then pinned, and once it's pinned, it won't even move up with the market? Tom, I don't think that it's. I mean, we haven't seen any kind of like major spike in price other than yesterday. I guess yesterday you can count. Let me go back and look at the numbers real quick here. Hold on a second. I want to say there's a couple days where we had price spiking. Let's see here. Actually, it'd probably just be easier to see on a chart. So the first thing I mean, it's just the answer is really simple, quite honestly. There hasn't been anything for me to believe that there's anything different about Ape than the usual. It's just it's less heavily shorted, and so the idea that they can loan out shares to short the price down without there being any kind of consequences of short interest that's stacking is part of the problem, I think. And I mean, this is kind of a sign to me that short interest should at least, in my opinion, be an important factor when you're considering what's happening with a position of a stock. It is a very, very huge factor as to whether or not a stock will be able to have squeeze potential. I've always talked about there's two really big factors that you need in a squeeze play. Factor number one is volume. Factor number two is short interest. Those are massive ingredients. We ain't got none. We ain't got no volume, and we ain't got no short interest. So what's going to help push the price up if they're going to just go ahead and manipulate the price down? We can buy all we want to into this going into this, but there's not going to be a whole lot of pressure to push price up unless there's some kind of short interest build up there. You need some kind of factor that some kind of costly factor that they have to account for. And we don't have that. But is this the end of the end for Ape? And I don't think so. I think that they do have to keep price relatively similar. I think AMC's price does affect Ape's price. It's the same stock. That's what it's based off of. All the valuation comes from AMC directly. So, in regards to what do I think about it, I think it's just more manipulation as usual, and I'm not concerned about it. It just sucks that there's no short interest there. That's all. But it should be a really good, I think it's a good proof factor, or proof, what do they call it? I think it's a good proof to just kind of identify the fact that indeed short interest and volume are two key, huge, important factors in a squeeze play. So when I talk to you guys about DRSing shares, and I say why DRSing is so bad, and then I give you an example of why it's important to have large spikes in volume and price because it affects price. And then when I say short interest is really super important, and when you take away shares out of the market and they're not being able to trade on the lit market because it's the whole everything is basically moving towards off exchanges. One of the highest off exchange traded days was done by Ape. We saw over 80% of our total volume going through two exchanges. Two exchange, 80% of the total volume going through two exchanges. This is why making sure that shares are out there and available for the market is important to price discovery. Now, at some point somebody should at least be thinking in their head. But Casey, if that's the case, then you're insinuating that dilution would help to raise price because that would increase the amount of shares that are available to be traded in the market, especially if retail owns the entire float. And I would say to you, yes, that is true. Temporarily, if done properly, dilution would create a price spike because then you're inducing volume. You're creating more volume that can be traded within the market. Institutions can start using those shares to try and manipulate price in a way that helps to raise the price. You say manipulate. What do you mean manipulate? Well, all right, maybe not manipulate, but be able to trade orders in such a fashion to where it completes orders that makes price move upwards. And then Tom says, selling in the background, dilution, or possibly the fact most people still can't easily buy in Europe, UK. I still can't through my bro. Oh, okay, what is your opinion on the fact it moved down and then okay. So I feel like I answered most of that. Selling in the background, or possibly the fact most people still can't. Yeah, I think I answered most of that. The fact that people in Europe can't buy Ape just simply tells you how illiquid. And I know they're using the excuse of that the documentation wasn't put in your language to make everything satisfactory for purchases to be made. Whatever. I don't know if I really buy that, but Ketten, I've actually heard from tons of people that says they cannot buy in Europe from all over. So I mean, you may be able to, but there's other people who are unable to though. Jana, we love you too. All FOMO. So I like what Rich said. The arbitrage theories, which suggest the Ape being 1/3 the cost of AMC, might be bullish for Ape or bearish for AMC, but AMC dictates Ape like Bitcoin dictates altcoins. I'm not a huge cryptocurrency rich, but I do agree with what you're saying there. I do believe that the price of AMC, I think that's what you're saying. I don't know if Bitcoin affects altcoins. I don't really pay attention to that stuff, so I'm not into it, and I don't really know. But I'm assuming you're saying it does dictate altcoins, and I would agree with you that AMC's price should be relative to what Ape's price is. So that's why I say there's only a certain amount by which they can drop the price by before it becomes kind of unsustainable. No, I'm not saying that at all, DC. I was reading the Fraulein, who are you, Sergeant Schultz comment. Can Adam Aaron demand to have Ape dilution sold only on the lit exchange? I don't know. I haven't actually, believe it or not, I actually haven't finished through that documentation yet. I need to. That's a great question. I don't know that one. I do know that they can dictate price. I would assume that if they're going to be able to dictate price, that they could dictate where it's sold to. Maybe. I don't know. That may not be in their control. Tom Carroll says, I think once the dilution is over on Ape and the extra liquidity is now there, like you say, we will see a good movement in Ape. And I do agree, but I think it depends, Tom, also on how many shares are used to dilute as well. I think that if a massive amount of shares were just dumped on the market, I think that I don't think that would be ideal, because it can also have there could be a negative impact if too many shares are all dumped at once. Food Dog says it appears the European brokers are smart and don't want to get left holding the bag. Yep, that does seem to be the case, Food Dog. I mean, think about it. If you know that you're not getting real shares and you're just getting IOUs, because that's what's happening. If that's the case, and then why in the world would you want to be one of the guys who has one of the IOUs? If you're an institution, you're sitting there looking at it going like, this is not a good deal. I don't want any part of that. I don't want to be the guy stuck with the IOUs, because then I'm the one who has to go out and actually buy the shares and get screwed over. No thanks. I'm just gonna go tell my customers, we're not gonna work with that stock because it's not some strange, some little something going on over there, and we're not getting any of it. No, Rich. I didn't see any typos, Rich. I just don't. I don't follow crypto, you typed it out just fine. There was nothing wrong with what you did. But I fully agree with what it is that you're saying. Ape's valuation comes from AMC. If AMC has value, then there's no reason to believe that Ape should be worth less. It's the same stock. It's quite literally the same stock. The only difference is that there's just no short interest. I mean, there is, but not very much. Not in contrast to what there is on AMC, and because it's like 7% or something, right? And then oh great, actually, you know what, that actually brings up a wonderful point. Thank you, Rich. I don't know why I didn't think of doing this before. You guys remember how I told you can tell how heavily a stock is shorted by checking your average 3-month volume divided by your total amount of outstanding, or not outstanding, divided by your float. Well, it's not going to be very good right now on Ape. The number is going to be pretty high, just because the first couple days had had really high volume. We've been averaging somewhere, I'm going to say more closer to around 12 million shares a day is where I would kind of put like the average at without the first, if you take out the outlier first couple days of trading. And if you were to take that, we'll go ahead and take the 20.62. Let's just use that number first off. So we're going to take 20.62. Sorry, I gave you dual screens there. We're going to take 20.62 divided by the 516,000 in the free float, or 560 million, sorry. I don't know why I just did that. 22 point, I need the screen back up. Hold on a second. 20.62. 20.62. Come on, calculator. Divided by 516 times 100. Gives you 3.99%. Now, I've told you guys in the past, if you want to know how many synthetic shares are in existence, or if there's a lot of synthetic shares or a lot of short interest also on a stock, to just simply take those two numbers divided times 100, and it gives you a general idea of how heavily shorted a stock is. And in this particular case for Ape, you see that it's 3.99%. I usually tell you anything less than 3% is normal. Well, guess what? I mean, yeah, it's reporting 20.62 million average 3-month volume, but the problem is there was this huge couple outlier days the very first 3 days. If you do the closer average that we've been hitting, which is like 12 million a day, and you take the 12 divided by the 516, and then multiply it out by 100, you get 2.32%. So is it a heavily shorted stock? No, it's not. And you can see it right there alone in the volume. Why is it not heavily shorted? Because there's no short interest. They've got like 27 million shares in borrowed shares against the stock, and that's it. So those numbers work. I think that's really good proof right there of why, what it is that I'm saying is true. What Manny's, why do you guys think that that's like offensive to me? Believe it or not, that's not offensive to me, man. You said I don't short anything. Like the idea of me shorting a stock, especially AMC or GME, is absolutely ridiculous. I would never even consider it. Oh man, mayonnaise. Oh, it's mayonnaise. Mayonnaise demand. Oh, you're a Kenny fanboy. Okay, got it. Mayonnaise demand. Got it. Rich says, I'm working on the idea that I want my Ape and AMC positions to be balanced on the basis of arbitrage and rebalancing regularly alongside 20% on the side extra cash balance to the AMC one. I'm not going to go there, Rich. I'm not going to go there. I think the derivatives on AMC and AMC one, which is AMC plus Ape, I think it's a bad idea. But it's your money, it's your choice. You get to decide. But the only reason I say that is that I don't. I routinely see that majority of retail is losing money in options on AMC. And if you look at what happened back in November and who's in control of price right now, the only people who are collecting money off of derivatives is going to be institutions, and they're collecting premiums. So, what kind of position you end up holding is up to you. But I'm just throwing that out there that I don't think that it's helping anything. Dumping too many shares isn't smart dilution per Adam Aaron. I have not heard him say that before, Cookie, but I'm really glad if he did say that. I'm really glad that he did. To his defense, with current inflation, he does get 0.11 per post. That's not too bad, I guess. Sorry, I'm skipping through a bunch of different comments because I spent a little time there working on Mayo. Casey, before we close, can we look at the 80 model cloud the Ichimoto cloud? There we go. Yep, Ichimoto cloud. Yes, we can. We got 15 minutes left, so give me just a second. I'm gonna read through the comments and then I'll look at it. Can ape squeeze? Yes. It doesn't mean that it can't squeeze PC3, but it'll be more difficult for it to squeeze without the right recipe that you need for a squeeze cake. Now, if AMC were to start squeezing, Ape could definitely follow right behind. I got you, Rich. The 80 model cloud. Excuse me, hold on. Man, I've been getting some congestion lately here. I'm doing all right though. Guys, I can't. First off, I can't even imagine shorting AMC. Like the idea that I would ever short this stock is not comprehensible to me. Um, I've been a major advocate against playing options whatsoever against AMC or even for it. So the idea that I would, if I'm going to be, if there's anybody out there who's going to be gaining off of shorting or not shorting a stock, they're probably going to be telling people to try and do something with the derivatives to try and make money. And I'm not telling you that. I'm telling you exactly the opposite. So But yeah, let's take a look at the Ichimoto real quick here. Nosa, I'm not sure who you're saying that to, but I'll say hi to you. Hi, Nosa. Is it? Is it though, Nikki? Is it really? I mean, go back and look at. Hold on, let's do it. Let's look. All right, we're gonna look at Val real quick here, just for a second, and then we'll look at Ichimoto. Let's go back to Val on the monthly. We'll go back to 2008 when it hit this. Is this really the? Is this really the longest squeeze play? Because where would you say that Val started its squeeze? Val is Volkswagen, by the way. If you, I should just say VOW, maybe it'll make more sense. If you look at the bottoms right over here, and I can't, unfortunately on here, I can't pull back any further than 2002. I don't know if that's the beginning or not, but the bottom, the double bottom that you've got right here is right about $30.76. The big jump ups start happening right around the May of 2005. I'm just throwing this out there, Nikki, just for argument's sake. But May in 2005, it didn't actually hit the biggest peak until September of 2008. So let's see, 6, 7, 8. So we're looking at 3 years and 5 months. 3 years, 5 months. So think about it. Understand that there is a lot of buildup that is required to cause a squeeze to happen. A lot of things kind of have to fall in the right place. Luckily for us, all those things are falling into place the way that they're supposed to. But do note that squeeze plays do take time. If you go back and you look at GME, let's go back and look at GME for just a second, because a lot of people would probably feel like that was more of a quick squeeze. Some people go like, a quick squeeze, that took forever. Well, it didn't really officially, I would say it didn't really officially start till probably right around like September of 2020. Four months. I would say that was a quick squeeze. 4 months to get to where it got to. But what was the part of the reason for how it got there? Short interest buildup. How did it get short interest buildup so so quickly? How did it get short interest built up so quickly? It had real shares trading in the market. People didn't tie it up in DRS, and you saw volume spiking. Every time volume would spike, price would go with it, and then they had to short more. And they just started digging bigger and bigger and bigger holes until finally it just exploded, and it only took a couple months. But nope. We want to have our shares and locked up in DRS, and it's going to make a difference. You know, we get what we put out, man. I'll tell you, that's what we get. We get what we put out. You know, when people start telling people to do stupid things like DRS their shares, we end up having to pay the price for that. Why isn't our short interest just spiking through the roof in just a couple months' time? Because people have their shares locked up in DRS because they think that's going to do something for them. When it's doing absolutely the opposite, it's hurting. It's taking longer because of it. You guys, if you want this to go faster, start talking about this. Start making it an issue. Because there are legitimately people out there who are pushing this DRS crap and causing this play to take a lot longer than it has to. I'm telling you right now, the longer that we sit here and we be silent to those people and we say, and we allow them to talk about DRSing their shares, and we see what the effects of DRSing your shares has over a year's worth of data from GME that shows us exactly what happens when you DRS your shares. The evidence is unrefutable. You cannot refute that evidence. It is there. It lowers volume. Short interest doesn't spike. Price doesn't spike when volume does spike. It kills the intensity of a squeeze play. So if you guys want, if you seriously want to have something happen, you need to start talking about this in the community. And everybody's going to hate you. Everybody's going to hate your guts for it because there's a massive drive for people to DRS their shares. It is massive. You will get into so much arguments, but if people don't see the facts, if they don't understand what it is that's happening, they're not going to know. Let's take a look at Ichimoto real quick. On the hourly. Hold on a second. On the hourly for Ichimoto, we've got the lagging line below the price line, or actually it's right on the price line. Price is below the cloud, and conversion is below the base. And we do have a thinning cloud on the hourly for Ape for tomorrow. Price does like to rise up through thin portions of red clouds, and it actually turns into a green cloud on Friday. And then on a 4-hour chart, lagging line is below price lines. Conversion is below base, and price is below base or below conversion. So there's no real strong buy signals in here at all. There is a thinning portion of the cloud, perhaps maybe in next week at some point. There might be a little bit of a thinner portion of a cloud showing, but it wouldn't be until like midweek next week. On AMC, prices drop below base, conversions drove below base, lagging line still above price line. We did bounce off the cloud earlier today, but remember, price does like to move down through green crowds. Green crowds. What the hell is that? Yeah, it likes to move up through red clouds, down through green. So we do have a green cloud coming up here, but very short. It looks like a very short green cloud, which could turn into potentially red going on Friday. So, maybe expect a little bit of downwards price movement going into tomorrow, or holding very close to where we're at. On a 4-hour chart for AMC, we're looking at lagging lines on price line, prices down on the base. Conversion still above base, but we're below the cloud. So there's not a thinning portion on the cloud here until, let's see, Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. So again, direct registry system. I think that's what I always forget what the S stands for, but it's direct registry system, I believe, is what it stands for. I just looked over and saw that. It was the first thing I saw. Hillbilly says DRS was pushed by an institution machine. I did a little bit of research on that, Hillbilly, and I don't know that to be the truth, because I wanted to kind of try to prove that might be the case, and I can't necessarily prove that. So I'm not going to go that far, but I definitely think that it does help institutions control volume, and hence not having to create more short interest, which it's definitely devastating when they're forced into creating more short interest to continue to keep a price down on a stock. It's never a good thing, especially if it's in a squeeze, a good squeeze setup. You're welcome, Doug. Oh shoot, I forgot the Bollinger's on. It's not quite time yet, Pumpy. Almost. Yeah, well, and Edward's saying what we really need is a institutional fall apart like Credit Suisse, drag the rest of them down along in order to start seeing something happen with AMC Jimmy Ape. And I agree. I mean, that's always been kind of one of the things that I've been waiting to see have happen is you know, an institutional failure. Once you start seeing that, the dominoes are in play. And I quite honestly, I think we already did see that happening yesterday. So I think that's in play. Um, and even in regards to what I was saying about DRS a few minutes ago, I really don't think that even DRS is going to be able to prevent this from happening. So even if people decide to keep their shares in DRS, I still think that we'll still end up, you know, squeezing even without it, because these institutions, the banks are just absolutely getting killed right now, getting murdered. And when it comes to push comes to shove, those banks are going to end up having to start calling in some of their some of the loans that they've made, and it's not going to be a pretty sight. It's going to get ugly. Well, guys, I tell you what, it is that time of the day. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest, because tomorrow's another trading day. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, and walk your dang pets, because they like getting outside too. Go see a movie. That's what you're here to support. So go see one. But above all else, guys, don't have a good night. Have a great night.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
And you bring me to my knees again. All the times when I could beg you, please, in vain. All the times and I felt insecure for you, and I leave my burdens at the door. But I'm on the outside, I'm looking in. I can see through you, see your true colors. 'Cause inside you're ugly like rain. I can see through you, see to the real you. All the times that I felt like this won't end, it's for you, and I taste what I could never have. It was from you all the times that I've cried. My intentions were full of pride, but I waste more time than anyone. But I'm on the outside, I'm looking in. I can see through you, see your true colors. 'Cause inside you're ugly like rain. I can see through you, see to the real you. All the times that I've cried, all this wasted, it's all inside, and I feel all this pain. I stuffed it down, it's back again, and I lie here in bed all alone. I can't mend, but I feel tomorrow will be okay. But I'm on the outside, and I'm looking in. can see through you, see your true colors. Inside you're ugly like me. I can see through you, see to the